Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья, дорогие коллеги.
Good afternoon, our colleagues who are here in our multimedia center and those who is listening to us online. So we are streaming from the Russian Museum, and we are opening our international conference, Blockchain Technologies, Art, Games and Meanings. And so with the welcoming words, I'm inviting the Deputy General Director on the registration, storage and restoration of museum objects, Olga Babina. Distinguished participants of the conference, I would like to congratulate on this distinguished moment that is going on within the walls of our multimedia center. It's a unique challenge that gives us the questions that are very, very actual for the museum community. So actually, we are all from different professions, creators of computer games, NFT technologies, and museum workers, legal workers, lawyers. We are all from different fields because it's a question of creation of blockchain NFTs in art. And it's very, very exciting topic for museum workers as well. So I don't believe that we are going to give the answer if museums should employ it or not, if it's interesting or not. We are not going to give the answers to these questions, but here we have opportunity to talk with different professionals from different fields, and it would be very interesting and fruitful. And I would like to remind you that 10 years ago, in 2011, with our multimedia center, we organized the first streaming where we invited about 100 virtual participants from our virtual conference. It was an event when not only one or two persons, but about 100 persons and participants could participate and listen to the lectures from the Russian Museum and bring their activities from their regions. And it was wow effect back then. And today those technologies are being used everywhere, and it's everyday routine for us. It's a short period of time for this advancement, only 10 years when the technologies advanced in all fields of our life. And today it's something new for us as a museum, being a museum, whether we need this digital space or not, but the digital art is already on board, and it's equal art. And today we don't have any item or object in our museum funds that is not registered. We don't have possibility to store and keep those digital arts, and I believe it's a question to think about it in future in terms of collecting for the museum society. And today we know that this collection already started out of beyond the museum field, beyond governmental field, and those questions are developing too fast. And if we don't understand these processes, we can't be aligned with those technologies, and we mustn't ignore it. And I hope this conference will help us and will equip us. And I would like to say a big thank you to Midway Art Company that has been cooperating with the Russian Museum on the level of meetings, promotions, maybe, of our opportunities and possibilities. And today we are presenting this international ground and venue to discuss very important technologies and NFT technologies and blockchain technologies. And I congratulate myself because I'm looking forward to obtain this knowledge. So my congratulations, and let's open the conference. Thank you very much, Olga Anatolievna. Friends, before we go to our presentations, I would like to say an introductory words. Today we live in the world when every second a new text, a new video appears in the network about NFTs, how to work with them, what is blockchain. And the Russian Museum, the biggest governmental museum of fine arts today, hosts this conference, and maybe it will influence on volatility of cryptocurrency market, but it's not our purpose actually. So the target audience of our museum are our regional partners, are our colleagues from art museums, from culture institutions, educational institutions, also our international partners. That is why our conference is taking place not only in the Russian language, but in the English language as well. And for our foreign listeners, you have a special channel, special track in English, and those specialists who will perform in English, you are going to have the Russian language translation. So actually those technical moments are working fine right now. And as Olga Babina said, so of course, today we are not expecting direct answers to all these challenges, but we should formulate the question correctly. And I would like to formulate the presentation of my colleague Svetlana Biryukova, to play or not to play with NFT. She will speak about it tomorrow. But however, so let's keep in mind that we are in the Russian Museum, and let's think how those blockchain technologies have developed and are applied on the market in games, in computer games, in free art, and what benefits governmental facilities, educational and cultural facilities can obtain, what challenges we may face, and of course we will speak again what is, in the simplest terms, what NFT is. So I'm giving the floor to Vladislav Pestrikov. He is the director on the development of North West crypto projects, and he's the founder of Digital Art Foundation. Vladislav Pestrikov, the floor is yours. Hello, happy to see you all today. And I would like to say a couple of words who I am. So I'm the development director of DAF Foundation, Digital Art Foundation, and the blockchain technologies of Northwest. And I would like to say a couple of words how it happened, how it occurred that I'm speaking on such perfect ground, perfect venue for us. So originally we started our work as, IT structure that unites developers and unites them for find a solution for grand challenges. And at one point we started to get interested in the art field. And that was the moment where we realized that we don't have enough expertise, and we don't have enough dialogues between these two big worlds. And to unite those two worlds, we created this foundation, Digital Art Foundation, and we are presenting this event for you now. So what is this event about? NFT, it's a serious event. I would like to say that it's a kind of a complex of events. And today we are focusing on 4 major segments. So number 1, what we call NFT art. This is how we understand this phenomenon, how it lives in different niches, how we interpret it in different institutions, museums, cultural institutions, for art market players and artists. So you should understand that we have different terms here. So, and also we should understand how it is it works in terms of gamification because games are already an integral part of our life. It's a process of education, also included those phenomena that can't be ignored because they are integrated in NFT again. So we also have a block of technology companies that solve those challenges of the market, of if they will provide you with some expert review and their expertise and expert opinion. Also, we will tackle the problem of NFT fashion field because today art penetrated not only into the fashion world. Now it's a part of a game. It's a part of phenomenon that we are going to talk about today. And the key question today is why? Because there are so many questions that are asked at different venues by technical specialists and representatives of art societies and from those who are on the market of art. And the question, why should we be here together at one venue while we are speaking about these different theme blocks? Why an IT engineer and art experts should have this dialogue and how they should perform this dialogue? So these are the questions that I want to leave open, because today we are going to have more questions than answers. It's okay for our event, or for event like this. So, and maybe we will get back to those questions within my speech today. But let's start speaking in simplest terms. What is NFT, or in Russian it sounds NFT. So this term comes from the blockchain technologies. It's a private case that allows us to fix a kind of unique object through encrypting it in blockchain, through recording it in a blockchain. So we are speaking about cryptographic here and technologies, but many people don't understand what it is and what it can give them. And of course, a lot of questions are raised in this field. And if you consider NFT phenomenon, I would like to offer you to go to the origin of this word combination. Why this year? Today we are speaking about it because a year ago it wouldn't be so interesting. So it happened like that. Here you can see a picture painting by Michael Wickelman, that's in March, on the 11th of March, in Christie's, was sold for $63 million, but it was sold not as a painting, physical painting, but it was sold as NFT token. It's a collage of 1,000 pieces of this artist. And so he has been working on those pieces since 2007, and the buyer of this artwork was under pseudonym, so under fake name, and those top dollars deals attracted the attention of art community. So, and to look into this issue, what is our topic, what is NFT in art, and what's going on then you know, next, another piece of news appears, this pixel image that is called CryptoPunk, that is invented by Power Labs in New York. It was launched in 2018, and at some point, those CryptoPunks became very popular and so widely sold. You can see the original from Sotheby's. So you can see the money it was sold for. This image was sold for $11.8 million, and in August this year, the turnover of daily trade of those CryptoPunk was million and million of dollars. So many artists work in this field. So, and for some people, it's not understandable why so many people buy it for such top dollars, and why NFT became an art, and why this combination NFT and art. Of course, it's a very controversial term, but this financial factor, whatever we say, whatever approach we use to this, yeah. So we can't ignore it. It's a fact. And then what happens then? What we see that now not only images are sold, not only works of artists are sold, but the first tweet of Jack Dorsey, the founder of Twitter, he says, I sold my first tweet there. And here is the question, how can it possibly be to sell something that is not material, but something that doesn't have any, maybe a final, you know, image of something? It's just a Twitter account. And he sold his first Twitter account for $2 million, and it didn't cause any questions on the market because everything is sold there. And so many questions come from people. So a famous artist, he or she sells their work. It's more or less understandable. But the objects that yesterday couldn't be presented to the society in terms of money, they are now getting a shape. Okay, I want to go further. And in many communities and societies about art, they use this term NFT art, but in the reality, the market goes further. Please look at the slides that presents the statistics, today's statistics. Here, you can see NFT tokens of games with NFTs. Those are the games that as objects chose these NFT tokens. So those tokens are digital records in blockchain. And today, the most popular Axie Infinity, due to this pandemic and the mid-pandemic, and due to the increase of the market, you can see only today this daily turnover is $2 billion. It's what does it say to us that after the trend of NFT art, we can see that the popularity and capitalization and the story is growing not only through hype on some phenomenon in the world of art that have always been, you know, as explosions or like explosions. Here, we are witnessing a new world of NFT games. And as we can see in the third world countries, like Philippines, the Philippines Axie Infinity is sold, and those people in Philippines, they go to this game as to work, and this game becomes not an object of just entertainment. This game becomes an environment, and the value of the objects that appear there becomes material, real, from many perspectives. And now this is called meta version, when the user has a world that is not limited by anything, and where you can generate your own content to store your data. And what's next? What's going on? In the third quarter of this year, the volume of trades around NFT tokens raised by 80%. It's only for the third quarter. It's more than $80 billion in August, billion dollars in August, about $5 billion. Can you imagine? So, of course, we ask another question: what to expect? Is it a hype, or maybe it's a temporary event, or maybe it will be ongoing event? But I didn't choose this order randomly, why I started with artwork and finished with games, because in games, if you go to the history of games and how these NFT games were originated, a person understood what is a virtual game, what is a virtual story. When a user operates these virtual stories, he or she gets these spiritual bonds with the objects he or she plays with. It may be not connected with the real world, but this object is very valuable for the user. Before NFT era, this object stayed within the screen. It didn't go beyond the game or the screen. It was controlled by the programmer or developers who developed that game. And this water lines, that this border that divides the real world and virtual world was very clear. After NFT, that water line became blurry, because you can own the object in a realistic sense of this world, as you own any real object in your everyday life. And this psychological connection of gamers, of users, and those objects has changed after NFT appeared. And I believe this is the mystery, where the mystery reveals itself when we speak about art and NFT, because for public, NFT wasn't understandable. Why to buy NFT when you can go and buy a real physical painting of an artist or order this painting? But indeed, now we are living in a time when this question about physical objects, about their forms and physical properties, at the same time, digital copy of these objects became equally valuable. And it's a main question, it's a key question here. Where is the truth? What is more important, a physical object or its digital image and token? So what do games give us? They are very aesthetic. The objects from games are very aesthetic. If you buy a painting, it's just a painting, a picture that is stored in your wallet, on your account. So it's you own it as an object. But in the games, this object starts its own life interaction with other objects. It may bring you new experiences, new results within the world of the game. And so what is more important, these objects can't go beyond the game, and interact with other objects, with other games. But with this technology, it's possible. This psychological connection with this symbols on the screen grows the original view at the game or idea of the game. So if it used to be just an object in the network, now it's a new object that gives us a new vision on the world and the reality we exist now. So when if we speak what is NFT, you should go to the very first slide I showed to you. What is NFT? And I would say that NFT, it's not just a token, non-fungible token. It's not an object of blockchain or protocol object. Of course, there are a lot of technological solutions for NFT, but it doesn't give us the understanding of the core idea of this phenomenon. I would like everybody understand this from the perspective of social and psychological aspect, because it's a window to a new understanding of our environment. So it's not that obvious, it's not primitive as a picture or primitive games, but if you ask the question, what would be next? So we will see new functional employment of it. We will see new meanings of it. So answering the question, what is NFT? It's a search of new meanings. It's a kind of an instrument of communication when the market of people of arts, culture, and technological specialists, they met. And they don't understand why it happened, why they need it. And at that point of their meeting, the questions occur. It's so strange, but nevertheless, we're all together here today. So maybe you have questions. Yes. So you said that before this NFT technology appeared regarding the games. Some instruments in the games were left in the game or within the game, and when NFT appeared, everything has changed so far. Yes, I will repeat. Yeah. So when an object is within the game, it will function within your visibility and is able to cooperate with you, and you can use it within the format of a game while you are playing the game. So you see the pictures and the objects, and they are more images or pictures of some game experience with a weak connection with the real world. But on the other hand, when you understand that those pictures exist beyond this application, they are digital assets, and they are connected with your ID of your wallet, with your account, and at any moment you can, give it, or somebody can inherit it, you can sell it. This is what I am trying to say. You should follow the technological, then psychological aspect of this when a human being uses it, and cultural cooperation and influence, because it's a question maybe of a culture, maybe of arts expertise, because the influence goes far more beyond the aspect we used yesterday. So in the physical world, nothing has changed because those instruments are still virtual, right? But we added this sense of ownership and an element of power, yeah? And when I play a game, I can change these objects again virtually to give, to change or to trade, right? So it doesn't again touch the reality in our normal perspective. Yes, but technologically, it's not just an object that we observe. It's an opportunity
уже физических параметров, то есть
to link this object to many physical objects in the physical world. You can certify other objects, you can index a database of digital copies of something, and you will not be able to change or fake this items. So it's a digital tracking, yeah? So you can link real art pieces, artworks to digital fields and marketplaces. There are marketplaces that allow to sell real physical art works through digital, through these digital images. So again, I'm getting back to the psychology. When these NFT technologies create this interaction, new interaction among people, and often those questions are asked. So blockchain, cryptocurrency, why we need it? And I always answer that blockchain is a new option to build different social connections. So the ideologies of those networks was to build horizontal, ecological, friendly connections and relationships. And of course, we know that there are some drawbacks, but there is no process of growing without this, drawbacks and challenges. So I have two questions at least. So in Hermitage, we will talk about it today, about the Hermitage and digital experience with the Hermitage. But one of the not very smart expressions was that the selling of tokens ruins material foundations and funds of the museum, and the museum sells its collections as it was done by Bolsheviks. You know, it forms a very controversial and controversial understanding by the society of this process. So my question is there any interaction between a token and the material object? Is it existing now, and how we can check it? Okay, any technological brand new thing or revolution creates a lot of fears, and I think it's a normal reaction of the society, professional society, on this phenomenon. But we should understand that to bring these fields to the cooperation, when we speak about the museum funds through selling of the token, there should exist a very strict legal document, legal agreements that show us what means this deal of selling the token. So for this fund, for this museum fund, so here we should build very strict and strong legal bonds, and I know that it doesn't exist now because the precedents are only appearing. So, and to influence it, to sell a token, you should have an agreement of selling and buying, and it should be approved by the legislation framework of the country where this deal takes place. Unfortunately, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not in the legal field, but I know that a lot of lawyers are working in this field. So when you sign any agreement, you still have some, you know, threats, yeah, or some drawbacks. So you still have legal risks. So when you conclude any agreement here, I don't see these risks, and I haven't heard that objects were sold by cultural institutions through NFT. I don't believe that this connection exists, except the psychological reaction, maybe PR stories. Yeah. So I don't see this connection with the physical object. So no, we are not going to sell our artworks, right? So the second question deals with game objects, including into the game or a game, because there are images, there is a programming part in any game, and a lot of many details. So 13 years ago, we had a story, we created the first game, and as far as I understand, our games that are 13 years old now may be thought and considered as the objects of a collection, and maybe similar to the museum or World of Tanks or Warcraft, these popular gaming concerns. So those tokens may be concentrated there. And can we have the same story with humanitarian games? I believe so, yes, because the games are classical games and old games are the object of collections, and I know the societies that collect some games of different configurations, rare configurations that are not available in the public access. But we should understand that any game is has a lot of copyright aspects, and those aspects should be followed, you know, these commercial, non-commercial projects. So we should take it into consideration. And as I see it, I think it's possible. This very interesting story as gamification within an institution of culture, like the Russian Museum. It may be an object of a collection, and many objects may become NFT objects without linking to a real painting, for example, or any work of art in a museum, but as a digitalized NFT token, gaming tokens that can be used somehow, and they can lead the experience of the user and interact with the audience. So it can be an educational story, I mean, without any super commercialization moment. Yeah, so it may be interesting. I also have a question. I don't know if you're able to answer it or not. So as we understood, here a new informational environment is being formed these days where people interact and copy real live events when they sell something, buy something from their wallet. So some activity happens. And if this new, the question is, this new world state, maybe, yeah, to call it, does it have any government or borders as we have in the real world? Yeah, we have Russia, Ukraine, Canada. Does this world have borders, or it's not limited by the borders of the physical world? Yeah, I can answer your question. When the blockchain technology was developing, some enthusiasts had a dream to create a new world that wouldn't depend on real governments. But as for me, I believe those dreams are romantic, and in the real world, what we see now, any projects, any commercial or non-commercial platform, whether it's a game or not, they in any case cooperate and interact with real people. It doesn't matter where these people are from. And when a person interacts with this product, there are some legal precedents, yeah, and at that moment, this product should be regulated by the legislative framework of the country where it is performed or played. So because
Like that
if at
happens
some
with
point,
the
maybe in the
same
very
idea,
beginning,
because when you
startups don't
start
think
up, when
about
you
it,
do
when
some
the project grows and this legal aspect wasn't considered, many risks may appear: economic, legal, political, whatever. So, and as far as these users may live in different countries of the world, and the legal framework may be different. So two problems with two different countries may occur. So big mature projects and teams, they do care and they do consult local international lawyers, and it's very serious these days. And in the context of non-commercial governmental facilities, it should be also considered within the legal framework. So I think that on the one hand, somebody will say that it slows the process of the development, but on the other hand, when we work in the legal field, we reduce the risks of money laundering, illegal operations, some frauds, etc., illegal activity. And the regulation by big countries, legal regulation, bring a lot of benefits, because it's the projects become civilized, you know, not just hype or one moment hype projects when people want just to hype and collect money. And we know such cases when it was legal vacuum and nobody was afraid of anything because there wasn't this legal regulatory framework. But now the guys understand, who work in the teams, they do understand these values correctly. And the last question for a person with a traditional way of thinking: can we say that NFT token is a kind of a digital certificate for something? Yes, you can use it as a digital certificate. And in this case, can we, if we continue this idea, can we say that if a person forgot a password or we don't have electricity, so is there a possibility for this certificate to disappear forever? Yeah, as far as it's a blockchain, and this is registered in all the nodes of this network, this fact provides this security. So it secures, and if even one node exists, So your certificate exists. Of course, there are pluses and minuses of these technologies, and big plus of this technology is that you can't lose it. Nobody can make a mistake because it's public. It's very transparent. It's very, so it's very easy to verify those data and so on and so forth. So actually, so you minimize the risks using this technology. So if a person for any reason can't get access to his or her certificate, so to, for example, NFT tokens, so they can ask somebody, and somebody may help them. Of course, you can, you should consider it in the context of a concrete survey. Technologically, it's solved very easily because all this data is registered in a transparent way on the blockchain. So it's obvious. So thank you very much, Vyacheslav. I think it's more or less clear, but I'm sure that we will get back to this question: what is NFT, what risks and prospects of its development we have. And today I would like to say that we work in 2 languages today, and your slides, why was a question, but in the Russian language, why is translated in 2 ways, not only why as the reason, but why, what is what's the purpose of this? Yeah, so that's why we speak about it. What's the purpose of using? Yeah, it's our main question, why we use this NFT. Thank you very much. Thank you. And we continue our conference, and we have online.
And now we have another speaker, Denis
He is a
Smirnov,
consultant
consultant
in blockchain
in
technologies. He will continue the idea
he
of the
will
development
continue
of
the
NFT
topic related
formats
to
and development of media market.
Denis, please.
Can you see me?
Good day. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Great. Thank you very much for your invitation. And I would like to continue the conversation and tell to you a bit more about the NFT format, how it is today available to be used for many ways, not only for pictures. Just a moment, I need to turn on my presentation.
Коллеги, я прошу прощения, можете мне дать...
Dear colleagues, could you please give me an option to share my screen?
Так, у меня вопрос. Видно ли
So
презентацию?
I have a question. Do you see my presentation? Yes, we do. Okay, great. So thank you very much for presenting me. My name is Denis Smirnov. I've been involved in the cryptocurrency industry since 2013, and it happened like that I got into the centralized finance sphere and also decentralized autonomous organizations and formats, and for new opportunities, for new things, I managed to do that, and I will do my best to dig deeper into why we need NFT format, how can it be used, and what value can it bring
Поговорим о тех возможностях,
to the modern world. And we will talk about the opportunities that these formats will be having. And of course, I will be
естественно, мы говорим об
starting
индустрии децентрализованной,
with the opportunities for the
целого
industry
движения,
under which
сформировавшегося
it
несколько лет.
appeared. And we will talk about the centralized finances, about the movement that appeared several years ago, and I will try to talk about the opportunities. And Of course, one of the most important ecosystems that I have been dealing with in terms of application, despite the corrections of what we have, and we only see the completely positive dynamics. And decentralized finance is not just a hype, it is the trend in development of today's world, a trend that consists of many various components, and one of the most important and the most dynamically developing component is the NFT format. And that's what I will be talking about. Of course, there is another thing that we need to know, that NFT token is just an abbreviation of non-fungible token. So we shouldn't say NFT token because token is already within the abbreviation. So a token is the unit within blockchain, and no one's questioning that. But what is non-fungible? Many of us have questions regarding that. So non-fungible um, is not something unique for our nature. We got used to cooperation with it. We got used to this idea because non-fungible is something that is unique in terms of its characteristics, and you cannot replace it with something else. And for example, we take currencies, even those the banknotes, they contain specific numbers, but still they are fungible. You can take another banknote and it will replace the previous one. But your favorite cat is something non-fungible because you will never agree to replace your cat to another with another one, even of the same breed and size. And the same thing happens within the digital world, because we've been working for the past several years with the idea that many things are fungible, digital things are fungible. So we make a digital copy that can be very similar to the original one, and there was no opportunity to decide where was the original and where was the copy. So just to be short in this idea is that the NFT is the history that is a story that brings this uniqueness into a digital world. So that gives us an opportunity to identify the original among various numbers of copies. So we can develop the so-called digital certificates that have a link to a unique item. And this certificate may be linked to any object, to any good, especially to the good that are uh, related in not only in the digital but also in the physical world. And you can link this token also to the physical objects and of course token contains information with the rights to the item. And of course when you buy a token, you actually buy the same item, the physical item. So as the tokens are within the distributed blockchain, so the whole information about the owner, the product, and so on and so forth is always available, and we always know what it is about. So we always know who was the developer, who owns the item at this specific point of time, and we can manage it. And of course, on the one hand, the field to apply this idea is a digital art. So um, we implemented this into digital art, but there are many more areas. There are areas for gaming industry, which has been for several years since online games appeared, has the difficulties of transferring the objects developed within a game to other games, because blockchain gives an opportunity to develop unique areas within which you can transfer your ownership rights to specific items within these gaming projects. So, but if you take a broader look, you will understand, you will have the notion of meta universe, metaverse, with unique worlds that can also be constructed on the same blockchain technology with the rights to specific items. So there are items that not only contain within the well-developed multiverses, and where you can cooperate with other users, but also other items within the multi-universe can be tokenized and also used to transfer and to be sold and bought within the multiverse. So this is the major essence of not of decentralization, of ownership, which is ensured through token. So you're not developed so the item is developed within the object, and it is not related to only specific project. You can transfer it to other areas, to other fields. So because you can sell your items protected with NFT. Before I proceeded to the market analysis, I will dwell upon to one more thing that we will be talking about for several times today. So we are just tokenizing a picture. So why do I actually pay my money for the picture if I can only save it to my desktop? And that used to be a very serious issue for those who developed some digital arts, and any person could just save it to his or her desktop without the need to original. But due to NFT, there is no such issue anymore. And me, as the owner of original work of art, I can tell my audience, please do it, please take it, place it on your desktop, print it out, and distribute it as widely as possible. And that will be very good. But when we create this based on the picture, that means that we have the right to original, and the value of this original will be only growing due to distribution. Of course, the more people know about my work of art, the more the cultural value of this work of art will be. For example, if you take an example from the arts, from Van Gogh or some other arts, their value is absolutely unquestionable. And of course, you can download it to your computer, you can print it on your t-shirt, you can go somewhere else, but nonetheless, the original will not cost less because of this. The price for the original picture will only be growing, and the more fast around impressionisms, the more value their works have. And of course, you can use a picture of Beatles on your desktop, but you will not own this picture. But the owner of this original picture will have all the rights, will have all the benefits from owning this picture. So it actually looks like the same with physical objects, but it's a bit different. So when you come to a museum, you always know that there is original in a museum, but NFT technology brings you to this idea of the museum when you have some cohort of the museum, and you know that what you're looking at with the NFT token, that means that you're looking at the original, because the value of the work of art is defined by the cultural value of this art. So NFT brings not only the ownership, but also the characteristics, also the values of these works. So you can confirm that you are the owner, you can confirm characteristics. And now let's head on to the market, to NFT market with the new formats, and many artists moved to this new market by opening new opportunities that they didn't have on a traditional market. And within the blockchain, it is nothing more but a program and or a software, and a software may be developed in some various ways. For example, one of the examples of traditional arts is that we can program this so-called post-selling logic. So when the artist sells his or her work of art, he receives no other payments after that. So in terms of NFT, it is not just not an issue. Nearly all venues allow to program NFT tokens in order to make it for the author of the original art to receive the royalty, even if the work will be resold in some future. So there is some royalty that is sent to the author of this art, and the author will be continuing to work on his or her art throughout the whole period of life. So that also pushed the market up, and of course, as of today, the growth is almost unbelievable, and it it gives the reason to talk about the bubble, and we expect this bubble to blow. But of course, that's not completely true, because when we remember what we've said about the applicability of NFT and the potential size of the market and opportunities in which we can use this new format, and that brings us to the understanding that we are in the very beginning of our way, and it's too early. It's not really the time to talk about the bubble, because, for example, in NFT is not a separate class of assets. It is one of the ways that allows you to interact with your rights in a different way, of course. As the previous speakers answered to the question, where's the connection between NFT and the real world? In terms of technical point of view, there is no connection between them. We cannot verify and link the real item to NFT token, and unless we have the developed legal practice in this concern, we will not be able to link these two spheres together. And even all the objects that bring real money for the art, but they all depend on the idea, on the value of the creator of this art. But NFT is implemented into the actual economy, and there is a great chance that the non-fungible token direction will help us, will facilitate development of legislation in this concern. And I think that we will just see the real growth on the market in some time in the future. Well, before coming to specific examples, first of all, I needed to dwell upon the borders that or obstacles that prevent this format from development. Apart from rhetorics, there are some other issues that are like growth issues, which are specific to this whole area of finance market. The first issue is that the technology is the system is very complicated, and there is a great price of mistake, and all this responsibility for potential mistakes is brought to the audience. So if in traditional economy we have intermediaries that prevent the users from these mistakes, but in blockchain there are some cases when people, while dealing with NFT tokens due to their mistakes or due to their financial illiteracy, they actually lost a big amount of money. And the work of NFT that would be having the most user-friendly interface would facilitate the development of products that would be the most convenient for the end users. For example, in the Southern and Eastern Asia, we see a great boom of NFT-based projects. So it's not actually NFT, it's game-defined projects. And of course, that's the project that is developed at the edge of the gaming industry and NFT, and that is NFT tokenized digital projects that are brought to the market. So we are witnessing a development of a new trend for new games of play to burn, or play to earn, when users can earn the money. Denise, can you hear me? I'm sure that you're not talking about the fourth slide. I'm sure that the slide should be a bit different. I will just fast forward the presentation. You will see all the slides, and you will see the slides further, because I will publish my presentation. So just a second. As we have mentioned it before, the first format for application of NFT NFT technology was the art, digital art. So these works of art could be digitalized and sold on digital value. So this is Michael Wilcomb's art that was sold for 263 million. And of course, the buyer was anonymous, but then he actually presented himself, and that was the new wave Indian crypto billionaire who wanted to show, who made this bid to show that cryptocurrency is a wonderful big market that opens opportunities for any person, because the buyer is actually the new is the representative of a new wave who makes the bid on a cryptocurrency industry. And here I should quote the Binance CEO, which is the cryptocurrency stock market, which is after listening to a couple of different teams presenting NFTs today, I realized I didn't realize how big the NFT market will truly be, and what's the actual potential of the market. So now I would like to dwell upon the categories that brings the NFT format outside the digitalization sphere. So the first category is the ability to connect the decentralized finances to centralized finances. So the NFT can be a different class of assets. For example, domain names. We all know that names of websites are very centralized, and we can only register them when we go through the authentication process. We need special companies that sell these domains, and only after we buy these domains from these companies, of course, only after that we can own it. But there was no even a question of decentralization. But NFT brought us to the idea of decentralized domains, which are actually a token that can be realized just as any other item, sold or used as a supply or something like this. But first of all, it allows us to decentralize the right to own the domain name by placing it to the website. So any person, regardless where he is or where he does, can just buy the domain name and use it as a title. And another widely growing sphere of NFT application are various deferred assets like decentralized finances. For example, Uniswap, the decentralized stock market, it uses NFTs to provide the nodes regarding the share of ownership of assets by users. So as the stock market doesn't provide the ability to earn not only to the owner but to all owners, so this gives them an opportunity to create a new liquidity that is connected to a specific NFT item. And also there is another very important thing. It is also a widely growing thing of insurance, so digital insurance projects. Of course, when the DeFi interest is growing, when there are other developments within this thing, of course, there are hackers and other experts in terms of security. They bring more attention to this sphere, and of course, there are growing numbers of hacks within this sphere. And of course, there is a new idea of insurance within this this audience, which brings them an opportunity to earn through insurance pools, and some other users may buy these decentralized insurance policies where they have a limited and protected liability under these policies. So they are guaranteed to be paid in terms of insurance case. So, and another case is Crypto 2.0. This is one of the opportunities to go outside the static image within the tokenization through development of new formats. So that brings us back to a concept that a token is just a software with a specific logic. And one of the most obvious ways to apply tokens are dynamic NFT tokens. So we can implement into the logic of the software that the image that is built in within this this project, it can be amended based on the time of day, time of year, or the place where we look at this image. So that brings us to the idea that the art, in terms of the one who looks at the art, is being transformed through the look. And of course, this is one of the flagship idea of the work arts, and the works that are being presented, they are connected to specific events through which the outlook of images can be changed. But of course, that's not it, because there are tokenized music objects that can also transfer ownership to the project within the file, but also add some new layers of interactiveness to media files. For example, SMK venue provides with an ability to transform the final media file and make it into various rods. So each and every rod can have an NFT token, and also the owner of these NFT tokens has the right to implement changes to NFT tokens. So let's just imagine the musical track, where there are several variations of buses, and based on which variation would be the leading one, is provided to the owner. But at the time when the owner changes the tokens and changes these roads, he changes the very song, the very music, by creating a constantly dynamically changing theme, changing art. And that's just the very beginning of development of this industry. And of course, we cannot yet understand what interactive objects will be brought to life through this idea. Denise, unfortunately, we are out of time now. Could you please answer my question right now, because we have come to the art, and we also have another speaker here. We are very limited in time. The project that you present are incredibly interesting, and of course you gave us the understanding of NFT and the spheres in which they are brought. So could we please ask you a question? And of course, I could just quickly show you the slides, and I will be glad to answer your questions. I will just object to one of your theses, to the idea that original works of art, like a picture or a statue in the museum, are growing in value when tokens are being sold, tokens to these pictures, for example. So since tokens of the masterpiece arts have been presented to virtual Nike sneakers, we realized that the value of these works of art was more than relative. And we understand that you think in notions of a commercial market, and we understand that in the market, the level of sales defines the value of the works of art, and of course that defines the value of works of art owned by some individuals. But that's not true for the works of art kept by the state. And here's the question: shall state museums bear huge risks by mitigating not the price but the value of the work of art, by bringing them to commercial venues, to digital venues? So shall we do it? Of course, the question is very simple, and it's also a very good question, because in terms of traditional works of art, when we talk about NFT format, and I've mentioned it several times, the biggest beneficiary of all this is that new contemporary art will be brought to the market, and there is a new format for a new crypto art direction. So the direction which is being developed through understanding that this time or some other time in the future, this will be tokenized. So I believe that we should not approach to tokenization not as the sale of rights of ownership to the work of art. It's not what we need to do. We need to have the idea of development through auctions, through curators who will provide those who value these works of art with an ability to form value for the arts themselves. That's also the way to create something new on the market. Of course, no one pushes you to sell tokenized paintings from Hermitage by selling the rights of ownership to these objects. Of course, there should be just a driver to facilitate development of art, which gives an opportunity to users to, for example, take the work of art and use it not only in their actual house, but in their virtual house in the digital world. So that's happened what with the picture of Bang Ho with the Starlight. The more copies of it were in the market, the bigger was its value. Dennis, thank you very much. And there's another question. So coming back to your thesis is that we can tokenize nearly everything. So first of all, you are absolutely right that NFT is closer and more organic in terms of digital world, because the digital it appears in the digital world. And thank you for your examples with the real world connections. But if we bring it to the traditional world, so we have a market and you can bring anything to the market, anything that is owned by you. The question is, who will buy your thing on the market? So the tendency in tokenization, is it the same as the boom on the market? But there should be a risk that if I invest into tokenized assets, will I be having the risk that these assets will not be valuable on the market? Of course, that's why you see this final slide, because the whole industry of tokenization and the cryptocurrency industry, it is not just the forefront of the industry, it is just the very beginning, the very tip of the industry. And some formats have this hype on the market, because of course it has to be like that in the very beginning. But one of the very important theses of decentralized finances is don't trust, verify. It means that all market players should not just catch the hype, or should not only buy, swipe all the arts of from the shelves, but they should also realize risks that are connected to these digital items. But I think it's too early to talk about a bubble, because in terms of how NFT technology affects the traditional market, it's not really that close to affecting it, but it's very important, because in terms of the value of NFT technology, it is like the value of development of printing of books. It is almost the same. So we're in the very beginning of this technology, and there will be development that we are unable to forecast now, and these developments will be developing the traditional art as well. And as for the book printing, as you've mentioned, I think that's completely to the contrary to the digital world. Of course, that's against the philosophy of postmodernism. I've mentioned that we have lots of information but lack of sense. But the book printing brought us to a different process. So that's what I had to tell you about your remark. And you actually, I didn't receive the answer from you. So for the museum to buy the art from Sotheby's auction, for example, there are specific schemes that have to be fulfilled, because museum cannot buy works of art directly. So there is an intermediary, like an individual, who is ready to present the work of art to a museum. And now we see a contrary, vice versa situation. I believe there are some legal ways for state institutions to be involved in this process. So why am I so precise about this? Because we've been inspired by the publication of Italian museum that that notify the world that they managed to sell tokens of specific works, and that's how they save themselves from being bankrupt in terms of the pandemic. And I think that should be the point for us to do the same, but unfortunately we cannot find this point for us now. Well, that's actually a global question. And I should refer myself to what I said before. The look for new points is something something peculiar, because we live at times of change and at times when new opportunities emerge. And for state institutions and traditional institutions that are, of course, less revolutionary in taking new developments. It's not just because their specifics is like that, but it's just because the state institution is much slower in terms of development, and sometimes due to regulatory reasons they are limited in terms of actions. But for example, cryptocurrencies today change the finances, they change, and these changes are very drastic. And of course, it is obvious that this industry cannot be ignored. So NFT may become a driver that will help state institutions in their development. But of course, this transition will not be easy. This will come through new meanings, to new formats. And of course, I may not even predict what will happen to traditional museums in some 20, 30 years, and in what way they will exist. Of course, in some way, traditional format will remain, but for many institutions like yours, the idea would be transferring to virtual content, through virtual presentation of their content, through transfer to multiverses. And of course, technologies may become a tool that would provide maximum opportunities for your development. Thank you very much, Denis. The consultant in blockchain technologies, inventor, investor, and also expert in terms of the cryptocurrencies. And Svetlana Birikova asked you the questions for, she is also the multimedia center head in terms of Russian Museum.
And we are moving to our next presentation. So I would like everybody to have opportunity to speak. So dear speakers, let's respect each other. So everybody has time for the presentation and changes in our program. Today, we are going to have Roman Kaufman. So he's a co-founder of blockchain community IBCG and Hoku platform. Roman, can you hear us? Yeah, sure. Sorry, it was on YouTube. So actually, it's not quite precise description of me. So could you please explain our audience who you are? Yeah. So those who want to Google our speakers, could you please introduce yourself? Yes. So let's start. So a couple of minutes about me and my presentation. So I have been in marketing for 15 years. So far I have worked in transcontinental international companies, and all of them are global giants. So it was tobacco, Philip Morris, then pharmaceutical companies. Then I created communities, and in 2016 2017, when all those digital assets started to be covered. So we started our first projects, then we launched projects, decentralized platforms that you use today in Silicon Valley. And we also did organized events in New York and San Francisco and Oxford. So now we are deep in DeFi, and our main project, Kadao, it's a foundation based on DeFi. We are considering different strategies. Then community DeFi hardcore, where we work with NFT pretty tightly. And honestly speaking, I practice NFT solutions pretty often. And so honestly speaking, you can see me on the screen, right? Yeah, So just a moment. So I'm going to share my presentation. So let's go to my presentation. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So guys, we are talking about NFT today. And just a moment, I will make a full screen. Roman, so please, keep in mind that we are focusing on the audience that work in cultural institutions in Russia, and please make it clear for us who are not in this IT field and answer this question why. So today we are talking about NFT technologies in the market, and of course I will start with the basics and what I would like to discuss in the beginning. So a non-fungible token can be changed or can be separated. So Bitcoin can be sent as half of Bitcoin to 0.001 Bitcoin. You can trade it whatever way you want, but it doesn't work with NFT. It's a kind of a solid digital asset that represents a unique item. So often NFT is used in different fields in copyright when we give an object some NFT token, for example, and next time we can verify if that object, if this plot or a book or a copyright for a musical work of art. So to check the authenticity of it is possible through and due to NFT. So NFT, it's a non-fungible token that can indeed seriously advance us in the field of copyright and intellectual property, and including artworks and paintings. I would add that NFT is ideal to fix your copyright for a unique object, for example. It's very important to understand that, colleagues, 10% of the whole global arts market is occupied by NFT. So we are witnessing a colossal art market that is formed today. So it means that we cannot ignore NFT completely. If we want to make money, as many go to digital assets and understand that you can work with art not only in terms of creating it and send it to a museum or exhibition, but you can create it in digital platform and sell it there. So 10% of the global art market is occupied by NFT, according to consensus reports. So when Christie's published this Beeple painting, you remember, about it was $63.9 million, the cost of that work of art. So you can see that these digital art objects are placed on such recognized auctions as Christie's. And so what is the importance of NFT? You can see OpenSea. So I'm showing it with my computer mouse. So OpenSea, point something Ethereum. So it means that the platform on selling the products, NFT products, is the most active platform in the digital economy on the whole. Partially, we can say that NFT is one of the drivers of the whole digital economy. If we look at the volume of NFT according to its categories, so it's very important to underline that in those NFTs, in a form of video files, paintings, images, or any other interesting object or work of art, NFT in games is appearing now. It's a trend, so it's an inevitable trend. I don't know. Okay. Just I caught myself on a thought that you go to a shop, regular grocery shop as Azbuka Vkusa in Moscow. What do the security guards do there normally? They play games. In a metro, passengers play games. So this industry, gaming industry, together with art industry is growing. Why is this NFT technology and gaming is interesting for art technology? Through games, the young generation of children starts to learn art, world of art. It will allow them to go to marketplaces where art and different collections are presented. And indeed, it's a gradual transition to this children or teenage community in the fields of how they look at art from this perspective. So now I'm observing guys, teenagers or those who are 20 years old, they are not often visitors of a museum, but if you go to the museum in terms of the digital world, it's great, it's cool now. And it seems to me that the first art spaces, exhibitions and museums that will use NFTs and who will occupy this niche and will give opportunities to young people to understand what is NFT art, they will grow. Literally. So what else we can see on this slide? That on average, every week, in different weeks, because each bar represents a week. So we can see that digital art is sold up to, and it's worth up to $340,000 per week. And gaming objects are sold faster. So games are necessary steps for young people to focus for young people. Roman, so it's not quite appropriate to speak about games, computer games, in the Russian museum, and your statement that through computer games people will come to the art. We could argue with it. Through which computer games young people can come to art and to a museum? Okay, if we take Axie game that is in the top 5 world games now, so their capitalization is $30 billion and it's top 5 games. So children while playing these computer games, so they transit to marketplace for selling NFT objects, and those objects are mostly represented by art pieces. But don't you think it's a very aggressive pressing on young psychology? No, I don't believe so. So we are moving to a new era of games. It's not a game for game itself, but for making money. If you take Far East, Middle East, so actually young people earn money through playing games. Or in Philippines, when they earn $10 or $15 in computer games, they can earn sitting at home $20, $25 per day, and for them it's a great driver for their growth. So now games are becoming mainstream. If you take into consideration the statistics, up to 45 years old, an average male spends money on plain world things. You see, gamification is everywhere. It's a fact. But 3 years ago, we spoke about it during our interesting discussion about games and people who play these games. And so this interaction, yeah, we had this interaction name of this conference. So the question is, so what we see now today, I can create or buy a token, and I'm not obliged to provide any documents that confirm my ownership of an object. For example, I took an image from the internet and registered it as my object, and then I start to control it, and I am an owner of this image. Yes, you're right. So as many people started to do now, they started to do memes, create memes in NFT. No, I'm not talking about when I created something, but I'm talking about the situation when I took a picture from the internet. So the picture that doesn't have an obvious author. And if I take somebody's picture without an author from the internet and registered it, so what risks do I have? So who can, for example, ask about my ownership rights? You know, I haven't heard about very big precedents, but we still speak about copyright that obey classical laws. And when a person tries to copy an object of art from a museum and try to present it as his or her own, of course, it's under the risk of legal investigation. So, and when we speak about buying the objects, people will not buy no-name objects. They will buy from a famous and recognized artist. But in any case, if the deal is performed, unfortunately, I'm not a lawyer or from a legal field, but I do understand that there are legal framework norms that protect copyrights and intellectual property. And I believe, yeah, there are some moments like that. Unfortunately, we don't have much time. But Roman, how do you see how these governmental institutions, cultural institutions can come to this NFT market, and what opportunities for governmental institutions, cultural institutions, what opportunities we can have through these NFT technologies? Again, if you look at the every week volume of sales, hundreds of $millions per week, if a municipal or governmental facility will build the process of gamification of a person when they learn or add something or integrate some post about arts, and they will receive tokens for this when they can monetize later on the market. So give this opportunity. The main motivation is to make money on it. If a person sees that he or she can make money with your institution, so he or she will come and bring his friends. It's the main trigger in the industry. If a person sees that they can earn money, they will come to the Russian museum and be active. For example, about NFT picture or token that may be sold on decentralized market. So it's 2 or 5 minutes will take, the whole process will take. So if the Russian museum will invent such mechanism, of course, through this mechanism, you will be able to attract money for real exhibitions, for launching of different projects, for attracting young artists, or just to provide with some incentives young artists or volunteers, as for example, a prize NFT as an element of digital art. Maybe now it's not worth of anything, but maybe later it will be worth of something. Okay, Roman, but do you have any proof of your words? Because in Russia, we have some legal opportunities for this, yeah, because we are still under the governmental law. You know, I have the statistics from the world. You know, when you are in the Silicon Valley, or a lot of ideas are monetized there very fast, and in Russia this process is very slow. And if tomorrow a museum produces NFTs and give it out to volunteers, it will be immediate fast, yeah, media noise, as we say, yeah, it will become known. But Raman, tokens are not on the road, are not collected from the road. You create those tokens, yeah, but is it free? It's about $200 or $300, yeah. But for a budget cultural institution, it's out of question. It's not possible. Thank you very much. Thank you, Raman. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. And now a multimedia center, co-founder of Envelope company. It's a platform that unites different decentralized systems and allows to cooperate tokens created in different systems and different metrics and systems of measurement and valuation. Alexander Shedogubov.
So major issues in NFT and ways to solve them through turnover, through wrapping. Thank you very much. So let's head to the market that we saw. So in winter, we saw the trend before the hype. So the number of smart contracts grew much faster than the number of transactions with them. Then we saw a great inflow of people on the market with NFC, of course. But also this trend, can you hear me? Can you hear me well? So this trend showed us that this tendency will end soon, and that's what we saw. Here are major issues on the market. First of all, that's devaluation or amortization of assets, which is very close to the initial assessment of assets, as there is no history of such assessment. So the value is formed very impulsively and, of course, based on hype. What we offer is the solution to wrap your asset so when you sell the asset, the cost of this asset is within the asset. So that's how the asset value is supported. So of course, if we are talking about the works of art, those authors who know the history of the work of art, they can define the initial value of the asset and then use it to form the initial price and then also form trades. So this solution would also help us with liquidity issues that we see on the market today. There are many works of art whose authors are unknown, and if the author is unknown, there is no great demand. And if we suppose that we put the specific cost of the art and we see the specific development that will bring the specific price, that will bring the initial price of the item, and the more trades will be, the higher the price will be. So each author will be able to form an economic model for his own art based on the market, based on internal understanding of the market, and he or she can add the art value because it's not only the cost assets but also the cost of the work that the author brings. So for example, the work can be wrapped until a specific time, until, for example, the author makes an exhibition or publishes all other works. So that would be the trigger to unwrap the package and sell it. So, which is also very important for authors and also museum owners. It's royalty, as previous speakers said. Of course, the venues provide royalty, but these royalty are only accrued when you trade on these venues. What we suggest is to do on chain, so without any connection to a specific venue. We develop the initial model, and the protocol will withdraw a part of initial price, of the selling price, and send it to the author. So that's what happens on secondary market, and that's also guaranteed through protocols. Protocols may also work with various assets on the market. You can take any NFTs which are already being sold, or just to be sold in some future. We can wrap them up, we can add assets to the project, and also develop the capitalization growth model, and also develop the selling price. As for the basic concept, this will look like this. So we have the work of art on the market, or we create a new work, then we come to the protocol, we wrap it up, add it to a fixed asset, so we can just add assets. So we have the work with several assets in it, and that's a fixed support. Or we can make it dynamically, so we can develop the growth model with the internal values of the work, and also the model to distribute values. So when the model is developed, the new token is wrapped up again, and then it can be freely traded on the venue or exhibited if its value as an art object. But the protocol will only work with the token related to the work of art. So wrapped up asset also provides the visual, the video, or some other file that is linked to the token. And there is also the collateral, which is the basic collateral for the artwork defined by the owner or by the creator of the work. It can also be in prospect that could be other works, as I've mentioned before. Author may also add some previous works, wrap them up, and make them available only after the specific trigger works. And also in terms of triggers, this could be a specific time. So the wrap up period may be just for 3 years. And after that, the owner will unwrap them, take all the collateral or the accrued collateral defined within the work. And also, if there is some art value, the owner will be able to benefit from this art value as well. Of course, this could be a trigger, could be an event lock. So the author uses blockchain to collect the information, sends it to protocol, and then gets the benefit. Also, if we go further to the economics, we can set up locks based on value. So that's called a value lock. For example, if the price grows to a specific number, which is defined in any units we want, this could be any topics, any tokens, any groups of tokens. So for example, if the price grows to an equivalent of $10,000, then the owner will be able to unwrap the project and get the original token within the work. So we have the work, collateral, and conditions that we have developed based on the price growth, based on the market, and so on and so forth. So as major advantages for authors of the NFT technology is that this service requires no specific programming skills or coding skills. It is very user-friendly. The interface is user-friendly. So you can work with NFT market, and after the work is wrapped up, NFTs, they remain with the original visual, with original value, so they do not lose values. And of course, we keep the formats ERC 721 and 725, so there is no need to adapt it to other venues. And if you take a look at interface, you can see that everything is pretty simple. You can see the menu, step-by-step menu. Then you can see the interface when the author uploads a token, also provides the token ID, the smart contract, also defines the collateral, chooses assets to be included within the work. Then the author defines the number of assets to be written down upon specific trigger, also defines the locks, and also wraps up the asset, and then comes to an interface where he or she sees all the works he has. This could be implemented into various venues. For example, we have integrated it into NFT stars, and they integrated our interface into their own. They have the personal cabinet. The users can wrap up tokens, and users can apply their own colors, and the company applied its own colors initially. So if we're talking about the art, that's what you can do, but we also work with the gaming segment and also decentralized financing segment, but that's not what we are going to discuss today. So just in short, the author receives the smart contract, the ID, token ID, then sets up locks or terms and conditions. Then he sees the preview, what is to be wrapped up, confirms this preview. Then the final confirmation happens, and after the final confirmation, everything is being wrapped up and then transferred to the dashboard where the author may see all his or her works. So that's with the economy, with royalties set up. So the author is independent from other venues, because all characteristics that are set up by the author, they are regulated by the protocol. They are independent of the terms and conditions provided for by venues. And if the locks are not fulfilled by the seller, the protocol will not allow a transaction to happen. So that's pretty much everything I wanted to tell you. Alexander, thank you. We have lots of questions to you. So first of all, is it right to understand that we now know what the token is, and now each venue has their own token, and it is not always that they interrelate? So if you create a token on one venue, it doesn't necessarily mean that it will be applied on another venue. Is that right? Yes, there are some venues with such limitations. They apply the sort of exclusivity for tokens. Some other venues provide various tokens to be placed on various venues, but tokens that are accrued on venues that are not universal, they are only applicable within the venue itself. And of course, there may be some restrictions for authors. For example, if the artist publishes a work and the buyer purchases this work and then sends the money to the author outside the venue, of course, in this case, the protocol will also accrue royalty and also check the initial value, initial price of the project on behalf and in the interest of the authors. So, but you are talking about your platform, your venue now, is that right? No, we just wrap up NFT item and we simulate the NFT that we have on our website, but it contains the original NFT owned by the artist. So not only the artist, but also the owner of the token, they have the information that they can use to identify the token and get all the benefits from selling the project, from selling the work. For example, if you create a new work, if a museum has its own tokens, let's just imagine that it happens, and these tokens have their own value, museum can set up that these tokens will be added to the collateral and its value will be growing. So that will provide with a specific value growth for the museum. Thank you. Another question. So we define that a token is a digital certificate that gives a link to a specific item, but it doesn't contain item within itself. So in some time, the contents of this token, the internal collateral of this token may be changed, and how is it changed? What happens to it? What happens is that initially when we wrap it up, for example, we load a work like in CryptoPub, we wrap it up, and every next sale provides an add-in to the collateral, and when you announce every next sale, the protocol changed this, the seller changed the buyer, and when the seller receives payment from the buyer, tokens grow from every single sale. So that's in essence, it's just an asset. So the more you sell it, the more the internal value of the token grows. Is that right? Yes, that's right. When the more you sell, the more the value of the assets. So we know that assets can be decreased in value. And of course, when the market goes down, we want to ensure that our owners have some collateral, some insurance collateral related to their assets. Oh, no. Okay, now my question is regarding the return. For example, the certificate was transferred, someone used it, received this digital asset, and the owner may recall it in some time. Is that right? No, it's blockchain, so the owner may not recall anything. Of course, you can program it if you want, but that's also a great risk, and these tokens will not be transferred to venues. For example, owner sells his work and he receives royalty from all further sellings of his or her work, but only the future owner of this work, who will be able to unwrap the work, will be able to collect all the collateral contained in it. Of course, that's only for the current owner. And in terms of the asset lifespan, some persons may add their assets to the tokens. So the token contains a sort of a wallet that you can use to add assets or to increase the internal collateral. For example, we have the CryptoPunk. We add some pictures, some video. You don't add the video, you add a token to it, and it doesn't matter what is linked to this token. This could be a video or music. Maybe the legislation will allow us to link some physical objects to tokens. And for example, if you are within the Ethereum network, you can use these tokens to trade within this this venue, and you can, for example, bring your 6,000 friends to the venue and trade their own. And also, our protocol provides you with an ability to add assets from your friends to your token, of course, but that's calculates from the top assets only. Is it mostly about investments? Is that right? So we create an asset and we give a specific value to it. So what the venue does, it just defines the contract, the terms and conditions of a contract, and monitors the lifespan of an asset. Is that right? Yes. The asset owner has an instrument, and then it builds his or her own asset on his own. And of course, it defines the growth economy, defines the number of assets to be written off, also implements royalty numbers, and you can also define that the author may be very greedy and will not pay anything to the owner, but also it depends on how asset is interesting to traders. So the value for the asset is, first of all, defined by interest of traders. And for them to buy the NFT, you need to assess the author, the art value, the price, and of course they do it by themselves. But what we provide is that we collect all the information within the collateral. We bring the minimum information within the wrapped up project, and investors can use this information to identify whether he's ready to buy it or not, and what's the price of the project would be. Thank you very much. We have a chat in, we have a question in the chat. Could you please find it? Good day. Once again, I have a question to speaker. Whether there is a potential for the protocol not just to wrap up, but to fractionalize the token, and if it does, in what way? We do not have this task. We have other projects that work on this issue. We will develop another format. We have 725, we have 928 formats, and so on and so forth. But that's also mostly the answer for the specialist. But as long as I understand the expert asked this question, that's why I give the expert answer. Okay, now Olga has another question to you. Olga, if you have more questions, please ask them directly to Alexander. So from the very beginning, do you have the understanding of the offer of how museum or some other state institution could work with tokens on your venue, for example? So how do you see it? I would like to say that we don't have a specific venue. We have a number of tools. And if a museum wants to deal with tokens, it has venues. It can use these venues to define the economy of the item, and also implement the royalty or interest to the numbers that the institution would like to receive from selling this or that object. I believe in some way some venues will cease to exist, but the RAM and other blockchain venues will continue to exist. So you'd better choose something more or less reliable. So as for now, it is mostly the question about the legislation and on how, as long as I understand, state institutions are not allowed to do what you've described now, unfortunately. Alexander, thank you very much for your speech. We see that we have further steps to development of these technologies, and we are just at the edge of it, but you came a bit further. And thank you very much on that. And now we are about to have some small break, just a technical break for our online audience. Please stay with us. We will be back in just 5-7 minutes, and we will continue.
hope you have relaxed a little bit. Maybe drink a cup of tea or coffee, and we continue our conversation about crypto technologies, blockchain technologies, NFTs. And now our next speaker, who will speak from Multimedia Center of the Russian Museum, Ivan Tikhonov. He is the founder of Bits Media. It's one of the oldest media that deals with studying of cryptocurrency markets. And Ivan will speak about crypto security, how to secure NFTs. Ivan, the floor is yours. Yes, hello. I have been working with and studying with blockchain technologies for more than 10 years, and I can find new risks here, and when and how people have problems in terms of safety and security when they don't know how to work with these technologies. So I will try to explain it with simple language and explain how you can protect and secure NFTs. So we have to say in the beginning, when we speak about NFTs, we speak about crypto assets, and those assets have a big and significant difference in comparison with traditional assets. Here you have new opportunities. You manage your tokens yourself, but at the same time, you take the full responsibilities. To compare with cash money, for example, if you lost your cash money, nobody would return it. Yeah, you have so few chances. The same is NFTs. When you received a new asset and lose keys to this asset, you will lose it. Those were laws connected with cryptocurrency deal with tokens as well. So and on the blockchain, so tokens that work on this blockchain. So I'm interested in NFT. You can say so. Everything is interconnected, so you can't ignore blockchain and cryptocurrency when you work with NFT. So it's everything is interconnected. If we speak about problems and challenges that we see here, so we can divide those problems into three types. No access, those who need this access. So it's a banal problem. You lost your keys, you lost your password or forgot your password, you know, so you lost your computer where you kept all your information. So then access belongs to those who don't need it. Fraudsters, hackers who use this access and used your assets. And then inner challenges of crypto assets, they appear amid those opportunities that are given by those assets. For those who are far from cybersecurity, the first thing to start with is to evaluate the degree of importance for you in terms of those assets you are going to work with. If it's not that significant and important, if you lose them, I don't see any reason to work with the security of those security issues, because security requires time and money, and it makes sense to spend. It doesn't make any sense to spend $1,000 for crypto security when you work with assets that are worth $10. And opposite situation, yeah, if you work with worthy assets, it makes sense to invest in cybersecurity. So how to keep those assets? Because there are many different variants and options. Web wallets that need access in a shape of only a password. You enter your password, you have all the access to this web wallets, but still we keep the keys and passwords on some resource that has access to our assets. So not necessarily we speak about some crime or fraud, yeah. So, but no guarantees that it wouldn't be broken. So there are light wallets that are kept on computers or different devices of the same owner. But so this information is used by a stranger. It's also not that convenient. Also, we have full wallets that keep everything. And when people work with NFTs for the first time, they can see that they are offered to save several words that give them the access set phrases, they are called. And these set phrases generate the keys that you mustn't lose. There are ways to store the security passwords when they kept with NFTs and the wallet is removed and set phrases or passwords are fixed on a paper. It's a paper wallet, so-called. So if you lose it, yeah, so nobody will find it, but you will have problems with the access. Then there are other wallets that allow you to use it in a safe mode and sign transactions within this apparatus wallet. And it's good in terms of the security, and we can work with our own assets. So you should understand that there is a convenient instrument and they are less secure, and there are secure instruments with high level of safety, but they are not that convenient in terms of use. And if you work with $1 million, you are not going to do to make this deal with the same device where you use that you use for social media, for YouTube, etc. Of course, you are going to use a separate computer, and sometimes I saw that people build special facilities as bunkers that are specially built for keeping the computers that are used for such projects in terms of security. But who will do it if you work with cheap materials, with cheap objects? So this is where we need to understand. So when we speak about comfort and convenience and security, so the best solution for you is it depends on your situation. It can be changed and can be varied. So together with the wallets that are used for storage and keeping the data and passwords, you can use hot wallets, so-called hot wallets that we are constantly working with, but not all the material goes there, but only a small part that is needed for this work. So, and also you have a cold wallet, so where you keep the rest of the information. Again, there may be some middle solutions, some warm wallets. It's somewhere in between the hot wallet and the cold wallet, where these crypto assets are accumulated for special purposes and then are sent to the hot wallet that can be numerous in number. For example, we want to buy an NFT and we know that we are not ready to spend more than $300. So yeah, so we spend this, we send this $300 on this hot wallet, and it's okay. But when we receive smart contracts and when something happens, something is wrong, we are not going to lose more than $300. So it's pretty effective instrument. Again, if nobody tries to break us, we can lose everything on our own. It's a usual story, unfortunately. When we lose things, so we can, our computer may break, or maybe it may be ruined by fire physically. We know such cases, and what to do in this situation. And if backups, those copies were kept in the same apartment and the apartment is ruined. So, and here it makes sense to decentralize the backups. So one flash card that is kept in your bank, for example, safe, or in maybe in another apartment. So in terms of different territories, you should keep those backups, and you need to have access to these backups. It's important. They need to be coded so fraudsters don't use it, and check their actuality. So there are cases when we create backups and create many wallets, and those backups don't work. So it requires some checks, regular checks. Because even in big networks, I saw when backups are created automatically, everything goes smoothly, and when they are needed, they are encoded, and they are with zero archives, with those mistakes, with wrong data recorded. So, and in fact, nothing is kept, but it looked that it worked pretty smoothly. And we speak about blockchain technologies. It makes sense to use inner possibilities. For example, multi-signatures. So when you can use different signatures from different persons, all of them must put their signatures, and only after that the transaction will be performed, made, or access to storage will be opened. Some flexible systems also can be applied. So as for the smart contracts, you should be careful with those. If we speak about Turing full smart contract, when we can implement the whole program there, it gives us endless number of opportunities for mistake. So I recommend to be careful when you work with smart contracts. Also, when we speak about inner problems, the most widespread problem is phishing. When a person receives a mail on a letter on her email that your, for example, wallet was broken or unauthorized access happened. So please contact us. And in a panic, this person clicks the link, and the link goes to this harmful website. Then he or she enters all these logins and passwords, and fraudsters unfortunately receive these passwords. There is another kind of phishing. You don't know how the domain is spelled. You put it into the search engine, and the search engine gives out not the correct address, but some commercial address. It can be a phishing site as well. So you see, I also saw it pretty often. And as for something new is phishing links. When NFTs are sent to a person, they click on the link when they see that they see in NFT and go through this link to a false marketplace. So, and also you should be careful with the marketplaces. You need to read carefully the agreements, what you buy, what rights you are going to have after you have bought those assets, because marketplaces are created more often to be commercially successful. They will secure themselves for many in terms of many aspects here, and so what rights you are going to have, you need to read the agreement carefully. So yesterday I made an experiment. If I'm, as a person who doesn't know any marketplace, I went to OpenSea and checked what happens if I want to buy an NFT for $10. And what I saw at this transaction, I was required $200 interest. They charged me $200 as an interest for a purchase that was cost $10. So why? Some money went to the marketplace. Then competitors in Ethereum, they are really overloaded. And for a newbie to understand what to do, how to behave, they need to look into gas limit or different other terms that in Ethereum, and it's not that easy or simple, unfortunately. Another example I can give you: a couple of weeks ago, Time Journal issued their anti-NFTs, and people started to buy those NFTs, and they did it over a short period of time, and the interest grew a lot, and one of the buyers paid $70,000 as this charge for the transaction. So together with those charges of the network, there may be the charge of the objects that you buy. So our previous speaker said that how you can create inner value. So to get new the royalty with future deals, but the fraudsters can use it. They can charge more money if you compare with the cost of NFT itself. And to read the smart contract every time, yes, it's logical, it's okay, but smart contract, it's a program. And for a person who belongs to an art more than to an IT programming, it's complicated. It's very hard to even imagine how an artist will read the smart contracts regarding these engineering details. Yeah, unfortunately, there are no that simple interfaces existing now for a person who is far from IT to understand what program will do when you want to send this transaction. Yeah, so we still have issues and challenges here. And the last thing to mention today is a wrong understanding of NFTs. Everybody is speaking about the opportunities, and not so many people speak about what they represent in technical terms, in terms of technical representation. So some fields, some smart contracts, yeah, this is what we hear. And somebody thinks that when they buy NFTs, they buy a painting or a video, or what rights are included, what copyrights, intellectual property rights. So many things to consider to see what you buy and what rights you're going to have after this purchase. So these are the questions you should ask before any transaction you want to make with new technologies, including blockchain. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you. It's so great, so understandable. Thank you very much for your presentation. So no questions. So yeah, I hope everything was clear. Or it may be opposite situation. Everything was unclear, but actually we have a question. So if there are any solutions regarding the passwords, because, for example, since 2009, I have been working with Bitcoins, and I even don't remember how many cold wallets I lost for simple reasons. I just forgot the passwords, yeah, and I believe I'm not the only one who forgets their passwords, and so the passwords grow bigger, about 25 characters. It's impossible to memorize those passwords. Maybe you have some technical solutions for those passwords. Yeah, it's a very good question. Indeed, a lot of people lose money when they forget passwords. Yeah, first of all, you mustn't put one and the same password everywhere. It's oftenly it's oftenly faced problem. Yeah, and it's easy to be broken. Yeah, those passwords shouldn't be with words with meanings. And of course, when we need to memorize different passwords, the problem may occur. As a solution to this problem, we can use key boxes. It's a program that keeps your keys or passwords. You need to know one master password. This is the password you must memorize. So these keyboards will keep and store all their passwords from the services we use, not necessarily with words. It may be kind of abracadabra with 1,000 characters. Then you can keep the backup of these keyboards and keep it in several places, and the access will not be given to any stranger. I think it's a good solution to use. Thank you. Thank you. And regarding the backup and the passwords for people who work in technologies, don't see anything new. But for me, I will repeat that we are not meeting today to speak about blockchain again. We are working today in the Russian Museum. So to see again how these things are happening in the museum, how those technologies are being integrated into our work. Thank you very much, Ivan. It's very useful presentation indeed. And we move forward. Olga Kamenskaya is a co-founder of NFT Consulting Digital Art Expo. How to promote your project. This is the name of Olga's presentation. And she offers real cases. Olga, can you hear us? Yeah. Thank you very much for the invitation. Unfortunately,
вспомнить начало нашей конференции с учетом того, кто наша аудитория изначально целевая, потому что, еще раз повторю, послушать, почитать, узнать.
Of course, we need to read, to listen, to know more about blockchain, and you can learn about it everywhere. So we wanted to flow our conversation with regards to state cultural institutions. So if you will be able to make this factor in your presentation, we would be very grateful. And as I've been listening to you, I nearly rewrote my presentation, and it will be a completely new presentation. I will do my best to address all experience that we have to what you have it. Unfortunately, I can't show it right now, so I will try to address all the issues of cultural institutions. As for the short background, for the past over 25 years, I've been working in finance sphere, in a MK system. I spent many years there, and since 2013, I've been moving to the digitalization of industrial rights. So that's what brought me in the early 2019 to NFT topic, and this topic actually wrapped up with a completely new level in my life, because we generated the NFT agency with some collectors, and I have a partner, Genry Chopins, who's working with me on this project. The major task is to understand NFT, to see the non-fungible token as an asset, as a valuable asset, or which price has to grow. That's what we actually talking about. That's the major topic for our consultation. Let us try your presentation. Yes, I can launch it now. Okay, I'll try that again. Can you see my presentation? Yes, we do. Very well. Try changing slides so that we could see some. You should just start presentation. Yes, just a second. So everything seems fine. I'll just skip to the beginning. So I will not repeat what NFT is. I believe this notion is not complete in terms of theory and practice. I will come back to what I finished my presentation with. So we see NFT as a synthetic asset that provides an opportunity not only to transfer rights or monitor how the rights appeared and how they were transferred, but we also monitor the price also selling and buying options, and all that is done in the gaming field. Of course, we can say that although we have no support from the central bank, at least I haven't heard it from the central bank, that they regard NFT assets as securities. But to me, NFTs are more are closer to securities rather than currencies, cryptocurrencies. And I believe it would be better if we take the whole technology as the linguistic science that studies languages, and a separate an individual blockchain or individual smart contract based on blockchain should be viewed as a separate and individual language. And NFT is not just a book on that specific language, but it is rather a book with illustrations, with the whole bunch of everything that we can imagine in any book, like an atlas is. So there are many things that may be synthetically connected to NFT. Allow me to pay your attention to this, and let's be quick on areas of application. First of all, we would like to pay attention to the term of blue ocean. This is the strategic planning ocean. So a blue ocean is a great territory and that provides us with the technology. A black ocean is actually a physical world, and blue ocean is technologies, new implementations, new realizations of our projects, and so on and so forth. Denis Smirnov made a very good point about this. In this concern, I would like to pay your attention to this part that I'm moving my cursor around now. So I would like to pay my attention only to digital art that to us may be a thing of a collection. I'm terribly sorry. I was preparing my presentation in English, and sometimes it's not so easy to formulate my words in Russian. So who could potentially be interested in our technologies in various spheres? So first of all, through synthetic application of what NFT provides, this could be corporate collections, also individuals collections. In terms of corporate collections, it is often required to raise money for restoration, for transportation, and so on and so forth. So these technologies provide institutions with these opportunities. As for museums, I believe they should mostly consider the opportunity that NFT provides, as the previous speaker said. The NFT could show the object, like the work of art or sculpture, or provide the exhibition in metaverses. And I will be showing you this slide in metaverse that we've been doing under the Cosmosco exhibition. It is still on, and you will be able to see the works of art that we presented there. So further groups are also pretty clear. So these are very well known celebrities and also organizations that feel the need to, let's say so, to fix some event in blockchain, some work in blockchain. That includes also a gaming part, and also loyalty part, some patents and intellectual property rights that could be fixed on blockchain. As for corporates, I've already said a lot, so let's move on. So if we talk about NFT as a hype, I think to us, in terms of practical application, I don't think that's something new to us. In order to study this aspect, we need to know how to apply it in practical field, and for that we need the old-fashioned theory, the old school never first. So we need to understand who needs it, what's the value of it to these people or organizations. We need to see their leaders, opinion leaders, who will be followed, and which value will become more perspective in terms of fashion trends. For example, you showed the game in pixels, and that's very popular among the group that is an opinion leader among crypto activists. Of course, that's pricing preferences. And the last but one speaker from Envelope said, it is the idea of identification of life cycle of a product. So if we consider NFT that you want to make or you want to buy as a product, in that case, life cycle is very important. You need to understand what it is based on and what the culmination, the end of the whole story would be. The whole story of our project is based on NFT collections, and we wanted to show them to show our collections to as many people as possible. We also had the crypto antiquities, also the crypto cats and some other projects. So in March this year, we made a decision to go public with Blockchain Live conference in Moscow. This year we had an exhibition stand where we presented more than 60 NFTs created by over 15 artists, international artists. We had 4 collectors involved into the project, and we spent 2 days showing and selling NFTs. So we showed how NFT arts looks and how you can connect the physical painting that is presented by the artist Roman Dnestov. We consulted him, and he actually made his first NFTs specifically for the exhibition that we participated in. And one of those NFTs, he actually managed to sell them to a collector. And it was probably not only the Russian, but also European first exhibition with live auction, NFT auction. And the auction was not performed in a specific marketplace or venue. The auction was based on a foundation. It is a well-known venue. It's considered as a good level marketplace, art marketplace that could be used by us. So then we continue what we studied. And I believe the key point in technology development is adaptation. It's adaptation and also implementation into traditional mainstream, the traditional way of presentation. So you can see the slide that tells you about our project with the Cosmos.co, where we are partners. So that's also with the digital art text stand and Monarch channel. So we presented a huge number of works, and I would like to give you a practical case of NFT applications. So that's actually CryptoPunk number 7610. So that's a women's CryptoPunk that was purchased by Lina. So what we did, we consulted her on all practical, technical, legal issues. We actually provided this consultation to Visa. So we applied and engaged offices in Dubai and New York. So we decided how it would be best to show this picture, how to implement into a live exhibition. And we also discussed how to transfer the rights to exhibition agent, which were us, and how we had to prepare digital character, which was firstly developed for mobile phones. An NFT was developed for mobile phones, and so in order to bring it to a high resolution screen, like a per person height screen, of course, that also required a specific technical consulting and specific approach. And that's what we did, and we did that in order to bring NFT to a new level. Of course, CryptoPunk has never been existent before. For any people of art, it was free to participants of the project several years ago. It wasn't intended for any museum. It was not intended for any kind of exhibition. It was very simple, but through the change of value among the people who share this market, uh, who influence the reality to a great extent. So this work of art became a valuable art to these people. And after this exhibition, I believe we have actually passed a specific stage of adaptation. So how to bring NFTs to traditional exhibitions and fairs. And after that, as exhibition was alive and it continued. Just a second, please. As for certification, you actually mentioned, I'm sorry for such a chaotic speech, but I would like to pay your attention to this. So as for the origination of the author and the art object, especially for the marketplace, for the existing marketplace, this issue has been viewed and solved through international certification projects that we also have close cooperations with, and it is very important to have the understanding that there is no individual certification for artists or for their works within marketplaces. And of course, they can do that if they want. And on Cosmosco project, we also presented, as well as on our first exhibition, we presented physical objects, also artists who were sold through NFT technology. On this slide, you can see the work by Aristarch Chernyshov, purchased by Russian NFT collector for a pretty big amount of money. It's electrical sculpture of Aristarch. It was demonstrated on our exhibition, both in NFT and in physical form. So this is sort of a manifest with a description of how and what the artist wanted to show. So the collector by himself is one of the largest participants of the crypto industry, and he never collected physical objects before, and that was a very important transition for him. It was a very important way of internal transformation, that he could buy NFT that contained physical objects, and that was very interesting for himself. And also the name, the last update of 2020, it also found found the way to make collectors interested. So that's that what broke the understanding, the difference between the crypto world and the physical world, and also helped to combine these two notions within the exhibition. And I would like to show you the opportunities. Olga, I'm terribly sorry. It is incredibly interesting, but please be quick with this. So as you could just take a look at this slide, you will see the metaverse as it looks now. It is just about to be loaded now, and that's where we have our exhibition now. Unfortunately, the internet speed is not enough. So you are about to see these pictures. Olga, we only see the slide of your presentation, but you wanted to show us your browser, right? Yes, I will try to do it now. Yes, you can either turn off the screen sharing and then turn on the browser, or just turn the browser on your screen. Just a second. Can you see it now? We can just see, yes, we can see it now. I believe it's very important. So here's how we move across the exhibition. You can see some other lands. We don't want to go there. So that's the central entrance to Kosmosko. And here, as you can see, the cyberpunk. Here's how we move along the gallery. Now we turn. Now we make a U-turn. Unfortunately, we see the floor now. The connection speed is very poor. I'm sorry for that. So schematically, it's just like this. You can see the gallery. Of course, it's better to do it in VR glasses through the browser, and then you see a person of average height, and you will see all these pictures in a full scale. So the feeling is as if you are in a museum. The museum, which is arranged in order to provide you with manifest, to dive deep you into this manifest. I will just close the demonstration now in order to not to lose time. And thank you very much once again. I'm very glad to be here with you. As we are waiting for the multiverse, Olga, you are working with private collectors, with galleries. Oh, actually, we are consulting. I just tried to adjust the presentation in order to tell you how we work, what we do in terms of art, because to us, art is one of the primary things that helped us to understand how and where to move along with the usual projects. So in particular, I may not call it an art, but for example, we made a very important and very famous project, which was one of our top NFC projects. Those were collectors' cards with the gaming mechanism for games. Olga, thank you very much. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to do it more. It was very interesting, and thank you for adjusting to our topic. And I believe our colleagues managed to see a lot from your presentation, at least in our direction that we are talking about here. So you've supported our topic, and I believe we will be having the questions like legal, economical questions, and regulatory questions that we are related to in terms of government institutions. Olga Kamenskaya, thank you very much, co-founder of NFT Consulting, Digital Art Expo, and we are moving on to the next reporter.
So we have Peter Bells, who is co-founder of Byzantium Agency. Peter, you are welcome with your very interesting theme today, market oversupply challenge. So we are going to listen to carefully, and we also hope that you would give the vector to our topic of a state museum. Peter, you're welcome. Hello, my name is Peter. So of course, our agency has more market challenges to tackle. So I would like to start with logical assumptions, despite the fact that today we have heard different names, what is NFT and why we need it. Lots of details haven't been mentioned so far. All the speakers that have presented their speeches today, they referred to the legal framework, copyrights, ownership rights, and they discussed copyright and royalties connected with it. Going from the practice, the most promising direction, it's a market of joint rights because it exceeds their ownership market. If so, it's Uber economy and everything that is connected with it. And in this case, NFT will be engaged into it. And our next speaker, Joe Dietz, will speak about the future of NFT, but I will speak about the current challenges. So the brief story, the brief history that you can read from Wikipedia, but I will remind you some points. Yeah, hello. I can see a strange picture in front of me here, not Wikipedia article. Okay, so everything started with the concept created by Colorant Points that was developed in different chains. Afterwards, they wanted to create non-fungible tokens. And currently the easiest explanation is if you had one Ethereum and you and your friend has another Ethereum and they are similar. So if it's a fungible token and if it's non-fungible, they can't be similar. So the first collection started to cost more, Counterparty and Ethereum. So we speak about the year 2014. Here we can see that the technology and the first initiatives appeared before the hype occurred around those technologies. And big events connected with big projects, CryptoPunks and CryptoKitties and all other projects that followed those. They happened in 2014, 2015, and 2016. CryptoKitties appeared in 2017 and CryptoPunks appeared in 2018. And despite a big growth in CryptoPunk and in cryptocurrency projects connected with investments and traction, those projects stayed unnoticed until 2020. Until the moment when big players came to the market and invested a lot of money and started to produce huge brands. I can see Nike here and Intershirts, and of course it attracted larger audience that is not connected, that wasn't connected with cryptocurrency and investments and populations, and the market of collection is more developed on the West than in Russia. So those are those volleyball players cards that were in the United States. So how many years have they been existing? Yeah. So for many years, those cards with different athletes and volleyball players So again, something happened with my screen with my presentation, but still okay. The key question that occurs among people who observe crypto markets is they try to understand what is the difference between the hype that happened in 2017 and how it is different from the hype in 2021. And the difference is not only in NFT. Back in 2020, so the whole market was built on the investments, and the biggest part of those investments turned out to be scam, and the whole market that we were observing then was connected with those investments. So, and the investment market had changed by 2020. IO appeared, this investment opportunities through centralized markets, IDO the same on the decentralized markets, and there other opportunities to buy art, to buy or to invest your money to different projects, or control your money through decentralized finances. Then games with NFT appeared, and our attention to NFT is connected with the growth of the market on the whole, not connected with only one separate segment. So to clarify what I'm saying, so here we can see a screenshot of the website. So I just made a screenshot. I wasn't tight when I prepared my presentation. I went to Wikipedia and made a couple of screenshots. If you take a look at top 10 collections existing now, so you can see CryptoPunks, CryptoKittens, CryptoMonkeys, and whoever you can see here, those sums are pretty significant for us. So 3,500 Ethereums, that is the worth of those objects. So here we speak about the art, and then the next page shows the problem. At the bottom, you can see the total cost of the collection, 400 Ethereums. It's not that big money. It's only several $1 million. It's uncomparable. Top 100 ICOs existed before, when top lines were worth of billions of dollars, and so Tron or Tezos attracted top dollars, and there was a huge amount of real projects and fake projects that were placed on this top regarding their turnover, and great projects were involved as well. This list consisted only of collections, and I could see the question in the conference chats regarding how the users who don't have the history, I mean creators or artists, those who create something, how to create their, very loud, very illustrative collection. The brief answer is no way. You can see a very short list of projects or collections with big value, and generally speaking, to promote your artwork, you need to make a lot of efforts, as we do in our physical world. You will see the same challenges. You will need to find your agents, negotiate, to propose something unique, so you don't have less problems actually. So what has changed generally on the market within the latest year? So of course, Ethereum and Bitcoins grew, and it's a reflection of our economy. And the same trends we can see in NFTs. The main problem of all this growth, it's interest to everything and desire to earn more, to make money. Everybody is saying beautiful words, how their art became decentralized, digital, or whatever epithet you give. But the general purpose of any art is to make money on it. And the problem of the market, that the advantage that is that we focus on doesn't bring enough money. Mass adoption, those investors, those who want to invest and sell, didn't lead to mass adoption for the creators and the authors. For the authors, is not that easier. It didn't become easier to sell their art objects, and the adoption occurred only in mass user field, and mass producers didn't appear yet. And the speed of the development of the market has negative properties, and it deals not only with our market, but it deals with any growing market, because the number of objects that are appearing not analyzed properly. That's why we have so many scammers and fraudsters on the market. The projects must be linked to each other. The projects, normally what we do, we make a project layer 1, then somebody will make layer 2, and then somebody will come and join everything into layer 3. So the only way here is to wait for new projects to appear, and this is how it's done. All cross-chain solutions are directed to this. All aggregators are focused on it, to collect information from different blockchains and unite them and bring them under one umbrella. Technical ideas don't mean that it will be implemented in a quality interface. Today we have talked a lot about it, and a good example of it, it's some projects when CryptoPunk, something like CryptoPunk was similar to CryptoKitties as a game that appeared long ago, and even Axie Infinity that now costs too much money, appeared some years ago, but became popular only now. And one of the reasons why they became popular with this delay, because the users' interfaces are not that understandable for average user. I liked envelope projects that they presented, but it's again for an advanced user. It will not give opportunity for a person who is not plunged into this ideas to understand and to do something, claim it and so on. So some of the projects are scam or fraud. Why it happens? Because new markets, so who comes to a new market? Very bold, very brave, and not always honest people, and not always smart people. This is how it happens. And on the other hand, I would like to say that I'm very positive towards this market, and I look at it with a great hope. The main idea, we need to see and to differentiate one product from the other products. So everything can be solved in an easy way. If we discuss projects, we include in the project that may attract money, produce NFTs, but the main idea is that it's a project, it's not a collection. The first thing we do, we go to Google and input the names of the teams. So we find out information about the teams, then we do the same with advisors and counselors of the projects. We try to evaluate the community of the projects through its social networks, and these are pretty clear, visually clear things if in your Telegram group 40,000 people and your post is read by 4 persons only, it means that you have 40,000 bots. Of course, there are, very sophisticated bots that can pretend that they read your post, but still, the percentage can be calculated. A short universal formula to estimate any product is abbreviation revolutionary, profitable good, and we add D. So take a closer and honest look at your project. If it brings something new to this market, not to the whole world, but it may be locally. So does it bring any profits, and how this profits will be allocated among the creators and the users, and how this project is good and useful for society, because we can make money on really awful things. You need just to check if the project is good or not, and to evaluate objectively the prospects of its creation and development. So you are asked to collect money to go to colonize Mars. Please be real. You're not going to colonize Mars. If you are speaking about art objects, here we need to study the projects properly using the previous recommendations. You need to study who creates this project, what is the purpose of this project. Then you need to check the frequency of the activity of the project. If we speak about the collection, you need to check how often, how frequently the collection is mentioned, every day or maybe several posts a week are published devoted to this collection. And if it's just a collection without any coverage, nothing will happen to it, and you need to work in this perspective. Then community evaluation and attempt to analyze. Here you need to be good at this technology to be able to look at actually, it's connected with my next point, historical data. So how the community bought these assets. So if you have opportunity to check through transaction search, maybe the person sent it to him or herself. Yeah. So it's better to double check. And you need to check if there are real live people who are in this community and who are really interested in it. So actually, I compressed my presentation because I wanted to touch the museum topic that I wasn't actually ready in the beginning. Okay, speaking about the museums, I would say that now they are all chasing the hype that they don't understand, and the Hermitage collection, Salt collection, it's a good example for it. If we compare the artworks that they exhibited and the money that they got for these artworks, yeah, it's really fun. It's not serious, yeah. So the value here is presented by decentralized ownership of those art objects, because NFT is a witness of something bought. If you bought something, if you own something, if you imagine Mona Lisa, 10% of which was sold on a wide market for 1,000 participants who competed among each other and bid it. And now Mona Lisa has a list of people invested in her next to this painting. They can't take it, they can't remove it, but they feel participation in everything that is connected with this painting, and they are very proud of their contributions. Their name is there in this notice, and this approach for me seems to be prospective and promising. And here we need to talk about licenses and copyrights. And thank you very much. Thank you. So actually your approach critical approach is very close to the approach we have, how we analyze. And I would like to say that the Hermitage experience can be compared with art industries that is developing now in blockchain, so the blockchain or connected with a digital artist, because the Hermitage experience is represents value because the first state museum did it, and tomorrow so the head of the legal department of the state Hermitage will present tomorrow. She contributed a lot for this event, and it was very serious step. I can't say that it will be included to a regular practice because mostly people belong to your category with
Прецедент уже был
analytics, but we created the precedent and it's priceless. Thank you very much for such deep analysis. We don't have questions, and sorry for some technical glitches in screen demonstration connected with the presentation of our speaker, but we believe that Peter was so detailed that everything was clear, and 2 minutes we had to upload the presentation, but in the real world is so we need 2 minutes to fix technical issues and we continue our conference. Thank you very much, Peter.
Я сначала его представлю для нашей аудитории. В смысле он? Ну он же переводчик-то он не слушает.
Смотри, можно им сказать, что когда ты будешь переводить на русский язык, Диана подхватит.
Dear colleagues, dear participants. The event is to be continued. We have Joel Dietz with us, one of the founders of Ethereum, and also MetaMask wallet and Art Wallet founder. Joel, вы меня слышите?
Had a pleasant time there talking about the future of technology and IP management and innovation as a science. I'm currently doing some research at MIT around the sort of the future of innovation and how governance and kind of smart city system will evolve. And it's very exciting to see what some of the brightest people in Russia are working on today, and to be able to help with that process and new students. And I think it's a whole new world that we're creating, frankly. So we're starting in some ways at the bottom up. Not everything in the NFT space will continue, but many of these things we're doing is effectively the future of the world and every kind of system that will exist in the next few years. So since this is NFT week, I'll talk mainly, about NFTs and how it's being evolving. So just a little bit of background. I've been involved in sort of the founding of crypto economics as a discipline, academic discipline. I'm writing a book on crypto economics now. And crypto economics is really the foundation of everything from a kind of science and math perspective. So if any of you are science and math people, I recommend starting there. And there's a lot of different research topics that are being covered. I won't go into all of them. And in fact, these ones that are here on this list are just the 19 or so that Vitalik thought were the most important ones from the standpoint of Ethereum and the progress that's been made. But as you can see from the green versus the red versus the yellow, there's quite a lot of things that are still need to be researched, still need to be built. And I encourage people to look at these things on the scale of decades, not simply the next year, but where will we be in the next 5 or 10 or 20 years. So please get involved. And also some other I'm effectively academic, so background on some of the things I'll be talking about. If anyone looks at the kind of literature side, I advise you to go back into the history of things around the self-organizing biological systems and how all different organizations in nature evolve and effectively coordinate together, because many of the things we're seeing in the blockchain world are effectively the same systems kind of coming into the new world. In fact, and what I'm going to be talking about today in particular, why this is relevant, is as we go from the metaverse as a concept and building it out to the physical universe and the building the future of infrastructure for our societies. So where are we today? Well, we have some cool metaverse lands that exist. This is one from Crypto Voxels. This is actually some piece that a friend of mine built and a different friend of mine advised and designed. And it illustrates, the fact that people are building, palaces, villas, art galleries, interactive experiences, games, play to earn games, etc., all in the metaverse. And they're kind of at this sort of capturing this new focus, when I'm sure people are aware of what's happening now with play to earn and everything else. And so much more that is basically coming. In fact, hopefully we'll have a chance to invite someone else to talk on this call who's currently in the waiting room, who will be giving a little bit of exposure into how that thing evolves, which I'm going to come back to. But kind of from where we are to where we're going now, here is one partner of ours in which we're looking really at kind of urban development scope projects where people are building entire cities from scratch, and they have the design expertise, the construction expertise, the fine, engineering related parts. Obviously, there's a lot of different pieces that are need to build things at a sort of city scope, but to be systematic about it and make sure you don't miss pieces. So, many things in the blockchain space as an NFT space today are, very, I would say transient, but they're not necessarily looking at kind of core infrastructural issues. And when I do things and like to get involved, I like to kind of look at all of the necessary component parts, as well as figuring out what's missing to kind of build the complete picture. And to me, the complete picture from an NFT side, is one that goes all the way back to, the physical infrastructure side. And we're basically building the back end. So this is what led to one of the projects that has been growing very rapidly. We have a kind of TGE event on the 19th. So there's a token, it'll be available. And it's a gateway, not just into the NFT world, but the world of everything in the metaverse, and particularly the high-end kind of consumable content that is not available everywhere else today. So like as an example that kind of ties together, it's very important for some people to be able, if you're buying something today, say it's a punk or some other art piece or some VR installation or whatever, that is still going to be accessible to you in 2 years, in 5 years, in 10 years, particularly if it's a large sum of money. And none of the platforms of today guarantee that. In fact, a lot of times they try to make sure you don't think about it. So really getting into the insurance side, the kind of bankability side, the integration with what we know from value chain, as well as figuring out the structural economics, which is a very core piece of how pieces come into reaching their price point, but that can stabilize at a particular price point instead of what we've seen in the crypto world many times where things are very cyclical. Everyone builds a sort of, bonding curve type dynamic, but that you buy in, but then it almost guarantees that the price is going to dissipate and pop, and that there's going to be a large consolidation. So, there are ways in formal economics to offset against those things. There are ways to actually show whether or not people who are buying are actually legitimate buyers or are actually kind of real registered accounts. Usually that's not used in the NFT space today because people want to create a sense of basically inflated value, inflated volume, the kind of typical sort of tricks. But I think as things mature, that will become, not a preferred option for very serious kind of art buyers. And so that's leading us into a whole nother world of kind of opportunities there. In fact, along with that, and kind of representative of that, we're doing a launch here, and let's see if I can show you this, at NFT Basel, which is starting very soon. This is the Crypto Apollo piece here. And, it has rarity factors and everything else, as you might expect from a kind of NFT space. We'll be auctioning off the first 111. And also behind that will be an NFT wrapped car that will basically be given out as a prize to one of the people who has one of these pieces, including some that happen at the TGE. But the really thing that it represents as well from Apollo is a god not just of the sun and light and honesty and, in his own kind of relationship with Dionysius, but also of, in representation, marble, the physical goods, the objects. And so bringing cars and physical things in is something that we believe we're going to be the first people to be able to do at scale, and opens up this whole other kind of very exciting world. Another just general thing that I think we're going to see as the NFT space matures that is very exciting, goes back to what I talked in the beginning, is that governance as a field, as a discipline, has many problems associated with it, as I'm sure everyone is aware. I started with smart cities, and kind of how smart cities are evolving, and discovered, very quickly that just in general, most smart cities are not very smart. It's more marketing. People put on a bunch of IoT devices, supposedly smart things, and they put it on top of an existing infrastructure, but it's not integrated very well. There's no kind of dynamic feedback systems that exist to kind of integrate that feedback. and the actual decision-making things are not necessarily optimizing for core variables that are aligned with the long-term success of those cities or larger jurisdictions. So as an example, if you are tracking these things, you should be able to figure out how happy are the people in the city, how wealthy are the people in the city, how healthy, is there obesity problems, are there other types of problems, whatever. And then once you have that data at your fingertips, you can evolve and create the variable and a feedback cycle that's optimizing for the variables that are associated with a long-term success. But unfortunately, in many governance process today, that integrative thing doesn't exist, and there are many reasons for that. But one of them is that no real cities have been built from scratch in a while. So they haven't had the opportunity to really integrate the data side of cities into the governance side of cities. And then, just in general, there are lots of opportunities here because, many of the political movements of the past kind of lost their cachet. Even though there's lots of people who, in theory, believe in democracy today, there aren't nearly as many people willing to die for some of these concepts as there were 50 years ago or whatever it is. So that's just, statistically obvious. And then a lot of people, they just simply don't want to be, living in a completely privatized world or whatever else. So really just a ton of opportunities here. And really the metaverse as a concept, and I'm sure most of you are familiar with that is because you're in the middle of this NFT week, but I'll talk concretely about how it's the solution to all the things we're talking about. Basically, it gives you a toolbox for imagining everything that could exist in the most exciting way possible without being constrained by what exists in the world today, which, a lot of times if you look around, you're like, oh, this is not a very good situation. But if you look in the metaverse, it's basically a world of imagination and possibility. So, you can fly in the metaverse as an example. You can have any kind of interactive experience. You don't even have to be constrained by your physical body or your appearance or how people perceive you or your identity or all those kind of things. Other great thing, from a blockchain perspective that's made blockchains very successful and NFTs, why everyone listening to me today has heard about NFTs is because you can get rich. And in fact, you can get rich quick. Off of these things, and if you get in early, you get a benefit, and that's one of the things in metaverse too. Things are basically saleable. You can also create a purpose for why you're doing things, which is super exciting. And then all the things I'm talking about, dynamic feedback systems of governance, all available as well. So basically everything that you can define for the success of your city, let's say that you're building yourself or with a team or whatever else, can decide what are the things that are important, the success factors, and then optimize for those, which, as I said, is quite difficult sometimes in the rest of the world. And then another thing that goes back to the literature side is, the swarm style simulations. So basically you can simulate the future of how things are going to evolve in different circumstances, which is also very exciting. But it gets better. So this is kind of the tool. Yes, we can solve a lot of the problems in governance and cities and urban design and the future with NFTs and this kind of technology. Great, absolutely, let's do it. But what's even better, and I think Joe, if you're still here, was going to talk about this. But basically, we're on a path to get 1 billion people playing games in the metaverse in the next little while, and basically onboarding this huge population of people who are actively learning and onboarding through blockchain type dynamics through games. So, Joe, would you like to say something about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So let me just introduce myself. So my name is Joe Moore. I'm the co-founder of a company called Unix Gaming. We essentially connect normal everyday people with the metaverse, with NFTs and the play to earn space. So what really excited us about this, everything that's going on, as you've just heard about, is that this is creating opportunities for people. Games have always been exciting. They've always been fun. It's been a form of entertainment, but now it's branching out into so much more than that, where people are able to earn real money from playing these games. Now, gaming has expanded exponentially over the last few years, and it's been the biggest industry in entertainment. It's bigger than music, it's bigger than films, it's bigger than all of them combined. And now when you chuck in blockchain technology and crypto, all of a sudden you give people the opportunity to earn money with something they truly enjoy. And now this is creating a whole different dynamic. It's really changing the way people organize themselves. So for a lot of you will probably be familiar with Axie Infinity. They are the biggest players in this space. But rest assured, there are many, many other emerging games who are following in those footsteps. And the speed at which this is growing and the opportunities that it is creating is absolutely unbelievable. So not only is it creating opportunities for the people in developing countries who are playing these games, it's creating amazing investment opportunities for anybody that gets involved to help sponsor these players. And obviously for us as a company, it's really powerful as well. And what always excites me, and this is a conversation that me and Joel have been quite in depth with, is this: what happens when everybody is able to attain a certain standard of living through games, and everybody is spending the majority of their time in the metaverse? This creates a really interesting concept. And we truly believe, with the emergence of DAO systems, with the emergence of the metaverse, with the emergence of VR and these different combinations, it's very, very easy to imagine a world where all these different things intersect, which can completely restructure the way societies are organized. And we are so early in this, and this is why it's such an exciting space. There's so many different layers to this. We're just very excited to be at the forefront of everything that's going on. Also very excited to be on this call with Joel because he's doing amazing things in this space.
So yeah, just to bring things to a close, you know, artwallet.co has information about that project. Joe, where can people go to find more information about Unix?
So it'll be unixgaming.org. That is unixgaming.org. That would be the best place. And we're on Twitter, we're on YouTube. We have a massive Discord channel with 150,000 people, which is also Unix Gaming.
Fabulous. And yeah, pleasure to be here today. Thank you, everyone.
Спасибо, Джоэл. Я говорю на русском. Надеюсь, Джоэл, да, смотрит нашу...
Thank you, Joe. I will be speaking Russian, and we will have two questions for you, Joe. So first of all, what would be the cost of metaverse if there will be only 3 persons, not 3 million persons, but just 3, and will it have any point of existence?
In this case?
So I'm assuming someone's going to translate for me.
Да, будьте добры, у нас 2 аудитории здесь, чтобы мы...
Can you hear me, Joel?
Нас слышат вообще, ребята, или как у нас?
Can you hear me, Joel?
So can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Хорошо. Попробуем повторить вопрос. Мы тут посовещались. Итак, вопрос. Что будет
so
стоить?
the question is, what would be the cost of metaverse if there will be only 3 inhabitants, not billion inhabitants, but just 3? So will there be any point in developing this metaverse?
I think they're asking to support the numbers hypothesis to you, Joe. Where the
I mean, I don't speak Russian, so it's going to be really difficult for me to answer this question effectively. I would love to answer. I really wish I could, but I absolutely can't.
Yeah.
Понятно,
I did look. I have Sergey. We have Sergey interpreter.
Joe,
Yes.
reason to create the metaverse? Спасибо, я себя слышу. Я себя слышу. Да, хорошо. Собственно, спасибо, Джо, спасибо, что вы нас втягиваете в эту авантюру. И все-таки я прошу, может ли переводчик, сейчас я прошу задать вопрос другой? Наверное, нет, без вопросов. Да, ну, мне говорят.
Unfortunately, there are some technical issues and speakers cannot hear the interpretation.
So if I can help here, Joe, the question was, is there any sense if the metaverse will contain only a couple of people instead of millions that we target mass adoption? So the question is, what will happen? What is the sense in metaverse if there are not enough people, not millions, but just a couple of people, 3 people, 4 people are using this?
I think it's basically impossible because, well, Joe, you want to answer the question first?
Say it's already happening. We already exist in a metaverse. Every time we're accessing Instagram, every time we're going on Facebook, every time we're interacting with different technologies and putting our consciousness and our attention into those places, we're already existing in a metaverse. This is something that's already happening, and the vast majority of the planet are participating in this. So this is just a new way of organizing things. It's already happening. It's just happening in a very different way now.
And yeah, I would say just from games, you can see that the gaming industry has evolved in certain things, so, playing GTA or any kind of like online game or whatever it is effectively taking a step into the metaverse. And really the only question is, how deep do you go? And some people are always going to be wading, foot deep. Some people are going to be knee deep. Some people are going to go waist deep, and some people are going to become scuba divers in the metaverse. So, but everyone's touching it already in some form.
Yeah, I'd like to develop on that point as well, because there are different levels to it. So like the first level could arguably be your consciousness. You're putting your attention into this game. The next level could be that you have sensations of being in the game. Another level again would be that the majority of your interactions and your socialization happens within this game or platform. So there's always these different layers. So I suppose the philosophical question is, what equates to being in the metaverse? And I would suggest it would be the different parts of the human experience that then go from being this physical experience to being put into a game. So what does that look like? That's very much open for debate.
Спасибо, спасибо. Второй вопрос попробуем. Нелли, вы как, вы с нами?
Рассчитывайте на меня.
Yes, yes. So, второй вопрос. Все-таки, когда сейчас активно зазывают включаться в эти метаверсы?
So the second question, when people are engaging into multiverses and people are mostly based on the wishes for power and wealth. So, but when we are in a museum, we want to keep the cultural heritage and popularize it to the maximum extent. And that's our interest for us. So what can we find in metaverse for us there?
Okay, guys, let me play the role of your translator today, okay? The question is the following. Right now in the metaverses, in the this all new gaming and NFT environment, metaverses, they attract those people who want to reach either prosperity, wellness, money, and maybe brand awareness and all these aspects. But try to put the shoe on the shoes of the museum of culture worker. So what museums, like Russian museums, what those stakeholders who really have different motivation, who want to bring the culture to the masses, how they can benefit from the metaverses?
Sure. Would you like to start, Joe, or do you want me to go? I'm ready. I'll go. I feel like this is just a natural progression of where we are. So ultimately, people are always going to be attached to different collectibles, different pieces of history. And that's happened. That's just something that human beings like to do. And I think all that's changing now is just the medium in which we do that, because we're starting to exist in a digital world. And I believe that it is the natural progression, and that is just the way it is going to go. And I feel like there is just as much value in owning these things in a digital capacity as there is in having them in the physical form.
I would mostly agree with that myself, but I would say, you know, there's really interesting composites that are happening today, and I was in many conversations about this even in the last 24 hours of, you know, the physical.
Excuse me, Joel, I'm sorry for interrupting you, but it's impossible to hear you because there is some weird sound, probably from your headphones. So.
Yeah, there's some pretty intense feedback, Joel, from your headphones. Sounds very crackly. Can't hear anything you're saying.
Exactly.
Well, I would just say that it's very interesting to see the fusion that's happening between the real and the physical items, and the future of fashion and various other industries as well.
Спасибо большое, спасибо, Джоэл.
Okay, thank you very much, Joel. Thank you, Joe, for your callings, for your invitations to Multiverse. We just had a quick communication to our next speaker, Nelli Orlova. She is to talk about venture capital investments in blockchain and NFT startups. Nelli, are you here with us? Yes, good day. Can you hear me? Yes, we hear you very well. Thank you very much for your support with interpretation. Okay, no problem.
Спасибо.
Okay, guys. So thank you very much. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joel. And my name is Nelli Orlova. I'm the founder and CEO at InnMind, which is the leading deal origination platform for venture capital and tech startups in Europe. And I will tell you a little bit more about InnMind later on. But the topic of my presentation is actually the state of the venture capital investments in the NFT and blockchain sector. I guess I have the rights to share the screen right now. Give me a sec. Here you are. Yep. Do you see my screen?
Да, все видно.
Okay. So, but before going into the details and into the real insights on the venture capital deals and the venture capitalists' view on the NFT sector, let me give you a brief overview of the market in general. It will be not a visionary presentation and maybe not that is inspiring for entrepreneurs who look at the future, but it will be more from the investment perspective. When I chatted with organizers just before this event and asked what kind of audience will be attending, they mentioned that there will be a lot of market professionals, both from the startups field, from the corporates, museums, other interested stakeholders, but also a lot of newbies in the sector who have a lot of curiosity about NFT and blockchain in general, but who do not know all the details. So here on the screen, you see quite famous, at least all the market professionals, I guess, remember this chart published in Forbes in the beginning of this year, when they analyzed what's going on the NFT sector and forecasted that probably this year, 2021, we will have enormous growth in the NFT. They expected more than 1,700% growth for 2021. And as you can see, it's the data of March this year. So now we are in October, and I can tell you that the reality really exceeded the forecasts. So we observe 50 times growth in the NFT sector in comparison with 2020. 50 times. Right now, NFT market is estimated to be around $15 billion worth. It's the market capitalization, which is stated by different resources. And just to compare, a year ago, it was around 300 million. Also not that small, yeah, but just for newbies, again, to understand some comparison. The estimated global market of the artificial intelligence sector is around 30 billion. So just double as we have it in NFT. Considering that NFT market is quite young one. And first NFTs, I think, appeared like in 2017, 2018, so 3 years ago. And already right now, the market is 15 billion. In comparison, artificial intelligence is 30 billion. I think that's quite impressive numbers for you to understand why do venture capitalists are interested at all in this.
Или проверьте, пожалуйста, презентация идет у вас или нет, потому что мы первый слайд видим.
У меня
Nelli,
идет.
could you please check your presentation, whether it's running or not, because we're still seeing the first slide.
I don't know if...
В порядке.
Okay, so if you missed the previous slides, here, there. I will send the presentation to the organizers, so everyone interested to get it for download can ask organizers of this event. And maybe the last factors I want to share with you from the general markets overview. So the NFT market right now with 15 billion, it's just a small part of the global DeFi market, which is estimated to be around 200 billion by the end of this year. And when I myself was guessing how many people worldwide are involved in the sector of crypto and tokenization and all this stuff, I was thinking that maybe hundreds of thousands of people. We know that we didn't reach mass adoption yet, but I was fascinated to learn that due to the recent research by Crypto.com and in this example, we have more than 200 million people worldwide who are involved in the sector, who are holding different tokens of different projects, who are using the stable tokens, who are playing the NFT games, etc., etc. 200 million, and it doubled within just several months. So I hope that all this data really helps you to understand what is the real potential of this market. And this also helps you to understand why these big players joined this year, the NFT sector. So some of them you see on the left side: SoftBank, Google Ventures, Singapore's Sovereign Fund, Anderson Horowitz, Y Combinator, Samsung Next, and I can continue this list. It's really a lot of big institutional money are right now investing in the NFT sector. On the right side of this slide, you see the logos of blockchain-centric venture companies. These are professional VCs that are investing in blockchain NFT startups for years already. And we work with many of them, and the speed of investments and the activity of the deal flow in this sector is uncomparable with traditional sector, I can tell you. and we will go a bit more into details on other slides. But both these blockchain-centric VCs and big institutional VCs from the so-called traditional sectors, all of them right now have in their investment thesis the strong focus on the NFT sector, because it opens enormous opportunities in the next few years for venture capital professionals who want to gain not only high returns from this market, but also who want to see new technologies disrupting the sector. Here is the table with the overview of top venture capital deals on the NFT market. And to be honest, this table is outdated already. For example, OpenSea, which is a very big and well-known NFT marketplace, it already hit it, I think, 180 million in VC funding via 8 venture capital rounds. But this table gives you at least some understanding of the numbers and on the big deals on this market. The valuations of the NFT marketplaces grow enormously. And unfortunately, the market is still very immature in a way. It's very young, and there is not much statistical data in comparison with, for example, the same artificial intelligence or drone industry or healthcare and medtech, etc., etc. But still, the estimations say that around 30 billion of venture capital funding was invested in NFT startups only during the first 3 quarters of 2021, this year. And this is really a huge number. Around 6 billion out of this was invested in NFT gaming sector. When people ask why do we see such an enormous growth on the market, there are different opinions and different reasons, a lot of really. The market needs the opportunity for developing countries and for a lot of people to get returns out of participating in different NFT projects, a lot of reasons. But one of the factors that definitely influenced the interest to the NFT sector was COVID-19 pandemic. Since it started, not only professional players joined this market, but also a lot of celebrities. You know, maybe yourself that Snoop Dogg, Beyonce, a lot of Hollywood stars, they are investing in the NFTs, and they have their profiles also in OpenSea or other marketplaces or platforms. So InnMind is technology agnostic, and the main goal of the platform and our ecosystem is to connect disrupting entrepreneurs with startups with high potential with venture capital investors. So it opens the door and connects the dots between these two stakeholders, helping and facilitating deal closure between tech startups and relevant VCs. We are the leading player on the European market, but not only Europe is covered by InnMind activities. We have a lot of deal flow in India. We have UK, Canada, Singapore. This year, we got a lot of traction on Asian market as well, with Asian VCs and Asian startups. I hope that very soon we will become not the #1 European deal origination platform, but #1 in the world. And right now, InnMind, in one time, it gathers together over 50,000 of tech startups and over 1,000 of venture capital professionals. And in general, it will be maybe very primitive selection, but in general, we structure our deal flow activities in 2 main sectors. One is, let's say so, traditional sector. When we speak about equity deals in traditional software, hardware startups, and another deal flow stream is so-called tokenized deals. These refers to blockchain and NFT startups in our platform. Since the beginning of pandemic, it was also an interesting learning curve for us. Previously, we had a lot of offline activities to connect startups with investors, like local meetups, etc. But since the beginning of pandemic, we, as many other players on the market too, we had to move everything online and started doing so-called online pitching sessions, where selected tech startups gathered together in Zoom with interested VCs, pitch to venture capital VCs directly, get feedback, answer questions, and get funded. And since the beginning of 2021, we also started separate monthly so-called blockchain and NFT pitching sessions, where we select promising NFT and blockchain startups, invite top-tier VC funds that are interested in this deal flow, and organize these Zoom sessions. And I can be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that we are the first ones who do it also publicly with live streaming when the startups pitch to VCs on their private rounds, and when the newcomers and early stage entrepreneurs can also learn watching the recording of these pitches or live streams in YouTube. They can learn how to pitch to VCs, how to approach them, and what factors, what aspects are the most interesting for venture capitalists. And during the last 9 months, there were more than 50 VCs participating in these pitching sessions, and over 700 startups applied to it. I mean, only the NFT and blockchain deal flow, not the overall on the platform. And we facilitated more than 430 deals with estimated worth of 47 million. So this is the quote of one of the very active VC funds and quite well known in this sector, Moonrock Capital, that are investing in NFT startups intensively. They are closing like tens of deals every month. And they're also collaborating very closely with InnMind deal flow, and they've invested in many startups in our platform. So in general, the average round size, and this is the data from InnMind from the last 9 months. The average VC round size for NFT startups is around $1.5 million. With considering the average ticket size of 150, something like that. It's important also to say that in the blockchain and NFT deal flow, when it comes to the tokenized investments, not equity investments, the ticket size really varies. So when I say average ticket size, it can mean that, for example, big players like Moonrock, they can invest $500,000, and small, well, not small, but other VCs with different investment theses, they can invest ticket sizes of around 50K and even as little as $30K per deal. Speaking about verticals or priorities that investors, professional venture capital investors have in the NFT sector. So just to explain you that in comparison with so-called retail players, people like you, me, others, who are more about buying particular NFT objects or participating in the airdrops or something like that, the professional VCs have absolutely different approach and different understanding. And recently, what we've seen so far, so if the beginning of the year was of different projects in the NFT sector grows like crazy. There are thousands of new startups that appear every month. Majority of them are various NFT applications. Again, marketplaces, different platforms for influencers, various gaming projects utilizing NFT for as gaming objects and assets, etc., etc. But the infrastructure is not yet there. It's not enough to satisfy the growing demand of this sector. That is why the infrastructure projects, I think right now they are on the first priority among VCs. Of course, niche NFT marketplaces, what does it mean? For example, marketplaces for luxury NFT objects, or for example, marketplaces that sell only digital to physical art objects. And that can be also, by the way, interesting for the museum sector, and so on and so forth. So NFT marketplaces that turn from the general target into some very, very specific sectors or segments that can satisfy the demand of the particular audience or particular industry sector. And of course, NFT gaming with play to earn concept, it also remains on a big hype in this industry. It is still as a priority to many, many venture capitalists. And one more, maybe fourth fourth vertical, if I can say so, which is missing here, is our B2B NFT solutions. So anything related, for example, to NFT products that are sold by businesses to businesses and enterprises. For example, it can be implementation of NFT in the insurance sector, implementation of NFT technology in the copyright sector, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so elaborating a little bit more on the core difference. So when I explained you how we structure the deal flow verticals, so streams, what is actually the difference for investors and for startups when we speak about equity investments or when we speak about venture capital investments in tokens? There are some highlights here on the slide, as you can see. And I think one of the most relevant is not only our data, but also the general data from the market proves that the time by the closure of equity deal, the average time, it can take from 9 to 11 months. And when the pandemic started, first it prolonged, but right now it kind of came back to normal. But minimum, the super minimum you can expect is at least half a year until the beginning of negotiation with investors till to the deal closure. In the tokens fundraise field, maximum, well, not maximum, okay, average time is 2 to 3 months. So since the project starts negotiating to investors until they close deals with these investors and get funded. In many cases, we see even faster results. And I think other speakers, guys in this conference, they will prove that sometimes you can close the deal within a week or even a few days. And that's not because venture capital investors in the NFT sector are like-minded or whatever. That's just because the dynamic of this market is uncomparable with the dynamic in the equity market. Plus tokens, when investors invest in tokens on the private round, they are much more liquid assets. So the decision-making is based absolutely differently. For example, when you make an equity investment, you mostly analyze not only product, project, team, traction, competitive landscape, etc. But you also have to do an intense due diligence on the legal side, on the regulatory side, on the legal and financial setup, and so on and so forth. You need to analyze also go-to-market strategy quite precisely, cap table, etc. But when you speak about tokenized investments, many of these questions, they are either not that relevant, of course, if the project doesn't violate the existing regulations in the tokenized sector, or not that important because it is not yet that regulated sector in many countries, and you can simply, from the venture capital perspective, you can skip some of the parts of the due diligence. I think I already showed this slide previously, and a couple of good NFT startups to look at. So from InnMind deal flow, recently, just speaking about NFT startups that recently closed deals, not the first rounds, but probably A rounds on InnMind, I want to let's say underline these companies that are on this slide. For example, Envelope, and Alex Shidagubov, he was presenting previously their technology. It is a multi-chain protocol that enables creation of the inner value of the NFTs. This is the typical example of the high demanded infrastructure project that will satisfy the needs of a lot of existing and new players on the market. And therefore, Envelope, they closed a lot of deals with VCs on InnMind, and very soon they will go public with their offering. I'm super happy for them. Or, for example, Caps Coin, which is the example of the NFT gaming startup, building the metaverse for metaverses and using NFT technology to create the smart gaming asset inside their metaverse. This gaming asset can evolve its value, can grow, can be exchanged between different games, and so on and so forth. This is a fundamentally new concept towards approaching the NFT gaming sector. And I'm sure that they also have a huge market potential. So what else is remaining to say? We didn't have enough time to go into all the details. I can tell a lot about the investors' decision making and what factors are the most important for them. What red flags do they consider while evaluating the opportunities in the NFT sector? About specifics of the venture capital investors on this market, because it also differs a lot. And you know, a lot of you maybe heard about so-called scammy startups, but that's not yet that popular to speak about scam investors who don't deliver, who violate their relationship with the startups, who behave unethically, etc., etc. But this all deserves the separate, you know, part of the conference dedicated to the discussions about venture capital market. This presentation was aiming to give you a high-level overview of the market potential, the high-level overview of what is interesting for VCs, what is why they are investing right now in the NFT sector, and why not only so-called the crypto venture capitalists, not only those blockchain-centric VC funds, but also huge institutional money are coming to this sector. And I hope right now it became a little bit clearer for you. Let me know if you have any questions, and if there are any NFT entrepreneurs that are planning to build their startups, watching this conference, attending this conference. I inspire you to come to us, present your projects to our VCs, and get funded.
Спасибо, Нелли. Очень интересно, вы правы. Это
Thank you, Nelly. You are absolutely right that it's worth a separate conference, and it's a brief introduction why NFT field is attractive for investors, what can cause the interest, and we tried to look at the interest for us as a governmental cultural institution. I could hear myself. Okay, nevertheless, so we can't do without investments, and in online chat, so we can see the comments in our online chat, and of course all the stakeholders will find your details and contacts, and I think it makes sense both to museums when they go into this legal field in terms of using blockchain technologies and NFT creation, as well to use your experience, consultations, and recommendations to capitalize their assets, capitalize assets. So which way? So, okay.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And well, I'm not that I'm afraid I don't have enough expertise in the field of museums. I attend them not very often and never worked in this sector myself. But I guess that one of the problems faced by organizations that work in cultural sector is access to funding, access to financials. Yeah, because usually they are kind of sponsored by governments and also maybe earn something from selling tickets to the museums, etc., etc. And I believe that if the museums start being more open-minded in utilizing the new technologies like NFT, that can really be a game-changing thing in understanding on how to finance these kind of objects and these kind of organizations. Because just a simple example, yeah, what you can do with the NFT sector. One of the startups that will be very, very soon launching their public round, Wise Art, it is the new niche focused NFT platform that is focused on luxury segment of NFTs, digital to digital. They were selling, making auctions on, for example, Kobe Bryant, you know, this very popular basketball player, his watches and his shoes and something like that. And this object, I think, was bought for more than 1,200,000 euros just a couple of days ago. What I mean here is that if you start also selling the NFTs of the art pieces, maybe not very well known like Mona Lisa or whatever, but even younger artists, creators who are not yet that popular on the market, that can give the new fresh air, the new blood to all this sector.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you. We will discuss it in more detail tomorrow in the blog NFT Art. Thank you, Nelly. Thank you a lot. And NFT technology, we are closing this part of our conference and we are going to have a break and we will start NFT gaming section. Thank you very much, dear participants. Thank you, Nelly, for helping us with your experience and for bringing your experience to the budget sector of arts and museums. We try something new and dear speakers, if today you want to learn something about blockchain technologies, NFTs, about digitalization of arts, so you are welcome in our open sources. Please find us and you can find so many details, video conferences that are held each second, it seems to me, bloggers, artists, many people work in this field. What's going on today in the Russian Museum? So you can receive open information today and tomorrow, people who are ready to share their experience and tell how those technologies can be utilized and implemented in a museum, in a governmental facility, cultural facility, and institution. It's our key priority task. We need to look into all the opportunities and risks, and so taking into account that it's a separate direction, it's very complex direction that is complex itself from the technological point of view. And if we transfer it to the field of the museum that is regulated by the government, of course, additional questions occur that must be fixed. And if you have, your regular work and plus you are ordered to work with NFTs, maybe it's not that fast, so of course, but we should take into consideration this big and serious direction, and the museum as an institution that lives in eternity, of course, that makes decisions not fast, but if they make decisions, nothing can stop them to develop in this or that direction. For us, it's very important to estimate and evaluate the situation that is going on right now and understand how and again, should we play this NFT game or not? So we're going to have a break and
В центре мультимедиа Русского музея и на канале «Виртуальный русский музей».
technology.
No, in YouTube we are not live.
Oh, okay.
So we can keep talking about vodka and schnapps. That's all good.
And I got
Main question: what is better?
I got my first vaccine. I feel like being superhero because 1 hour before I got vaccinated and now already speaking. So
good. I mean, was it Pfizer?
Yes. I just recalled our conversation. Thanks a lot for your recommendation.
I mean,
but
first one is nothing. Just be aware of the second one. So we can keep talking about vodka and schnapps. Also.
Thank you. You are so sweet and motivating. And I got
Main question: what is better?
I got my first vaccine. I feel like being superhero because 1 hour before I got vaccinated and now already.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, I'm broadcasting.
Hello, everyone. Let's start our discussion.
Recommendation.
First one is nothing. Just be aware of the second one.
I think we have a problem.
It's an echo. Yeah.
It's not an echo, it's a delay, a real big delay.
All right. Yeah, it's a huge delay. All right, Nelli, now they know everything about you.
We should probably ask Русский Музей to switch off this.
Our discussion.
Yeah. Will not work.
First one is nothing. Just be aware of this.
I think we have a problem.
Echo. Yeah.
It's not an echo, it's a delay, a real big delay.
All right, it's a huge delay. All right, Nelli, now they know everything about you.
We should probably ask Русский Музей to switch off this.
Our discussion.
Yeah.
Hi everyone.
Hello, can you hear us? All good?
Yes.
Hi.
So let's start our discussion.
We have one problem. We hear a huge delay, and we hear what we spoke 5 minutes before.
Now they know everything about you.
We should probably ask Русский Музей to.
It's like a cascade, all right?
Hi everyone.
Hello, can you hear us? All good?
Yes. Hi. So let's start our discussion.
We have one problem. We hear a huge delay, and we hear what we spoke 5 minutes before.
Now they know everything about you.
We should probably ask Русский Музей to.
It's like a cascade, all right?
Hi everyone.
Hello, can you hear us? All good?
Yes.
Hi.
Mikhail. So let's start our discussion.
We have
I'm happy to start, but I'm pretty sure that there's a delay of the communication. Do you hear us like really what we say now?
Да, прекрасно. Михаил, начинайте, мы отключимся с технических вопросов.
Sorry about the delay, but we spoke a bit, and I just heard everything that we said. It's like just keep going with it like a cascade effect, whatever. All right, I'm happy to introduce that panel discussion, and I have really good people around me. I mean, virtually around me that can hopefully answer lots of the questions we have in mind and help us to understand what actually the NFT market is and the crypto market is, and how can you be efficient and actually contribute into the space and get some value from it. Are we all good? You can still hear me on? Okay, that's the good sign. All right, so I have Nelli Orlova, I found of InnMind and CVO of ScaleSwap. You probably already met her before with her speech. And I also have Abdul Rahman. He's ambassador at Polygon in Sri Lanka. and also venture analyst with the crypto and NFT deal flow. I also have a Stan Stolberg, a CTO of ScaleSwap. It's entrepreneur blockchain information security. I do have Ralph Gertis, co-founder and CEO of ScaleSwap, with us, and can't say anything more than just I'm welcome to see you on Yavin, a managing partner at Core Intelligent Fund. Guys, welcome on board, and let's start.
Sounds cool. Let's start.
Cool. I hope the Russian Museum actually see and hear us, and we're not doing this just for fun. All right. I've got a couple of questions for you. Of course, you are representatives of the industry, and mostly from the venture capital industry, and probably a question to you guys, like, and go ahead, and who's going to be first answering that? So my main question is, like, how and where do you actually find investment opportunities in NFT sector? So who's going to take first? I believe Ralph. Ralph, you can do it. I know you can do it, and you can answer that question really, really explicitly.
Yes, yes and no, let's say. So I think everyone has his own strategy, channels, partners. You know, I think it's always a mixture. There is not one single source, let's say. It also depends on which stage that you are interested to collaborate and back a certain project. So if it should be very early stage, I think this is and you want to participate in seed rounds, I think this is the most challenging task. Then it's advisable that you have really good connections to all the big organizations that are doing grants, you know, that you have some people joining hackathons, you know, and stuff like this. I think the rest is then via connections, so that you say, hey, let's make an arrangement, you know, if you are coming across an interesting project, let me join, and I will do it the opposite. And the best option is for sure to look at InnMind. So there are also portals where early stage ventures are supported, listed, and where they can present themselves at an early stage. If it's a little later stage, I think then there are also good channels on Telegram, but also on Twitter and wherever you can use various channels, let's say, where you can see the lineup of certain ventures. But if you then still have the possibility to join in an early round, it's the other question.
Anyone want to add something? Thank you, Ralph.
Absolutely, Ralph. Thanks a lot for giving this overview and featuring InnMind. Thanks a lot. And how do we find investment opportunities also? Very, very good point you mentioned, hackathons. All the big players on the market, marketplaces, exchanges, etc., they are organizing hackathons and big blockchain protocols as well. Binance Smart Chain regularly does good hackathons. Rarible does. I don't remember if OpenSea does anything, but I'm sure that they will do it if they are not doing it yet. In these hackathons, you will find a lot of very good teams with burning eyes, these crazy entrepreneurs with great ideas, very good technologically prepared, and I know that this is a very good also source of the deal sourcing. At least on InnMind, we receive the organic flow of the startups, but also when we see that in some specific use case or sector, we need to find some more. Another good opportunity is accelerators and the incubators. Quite a broad range of them you can find on the market. I will not name the names because I can name few, others will be upset that they were not featured. Just look at various incubators and accelerators that are working in specific sector, in this case for NFT and blockchain startups. I know that Cointelligence also has the kind of incubator of gaming NFT startups, but I'm sure that Onjavin can tell more about that. ScaleSwap also has its own incubation facilities. It's not a big one, so very few startups are incubated monthly there, but the best of the best of the best. And network, as Ralph mentioned, organically, not only in this sector, but also in the traditional sectors, personal network is really an enormous source. But this is mostly for professional players, because when you are deeply into this sector, for example, working with the NFT and blockchain projects, looking for investment opportunity there, obviously all your network knows about that and brings you good deal flow. But if you are not professional player and newbie who is willing to join this sector, then obviously you can't rely so much about on your network, but you can start building it.
All righty. Onjavin, how's it going, mate? Do you want to add some? Do you want to join us?
Yeah, sure. So thank you for having me today. And I would say that probably networking, as Nelly mentioned, is the most important factor for us. We have about 24 different VCs and the other entities that we are collaborating with and sharing deal flow. And of course, beside that, you have the demo days and the other options for startups to present. It's a great place to find promising projects. And lastly, I would say that, of course, it all starts with, and it was already mentioned, but I would emphasize that as well, that you have to do your own branding. You have to make sure that projects will approach directly to you, but it's very difficult at the early stages at the beginning, and it might take a while, and that's why you should rely more on networking and partnerships, and then as time passes by, you can work on your own branding and get direct approaches and inquiries from startups.
Okay, thank you, guys. But you know, when we talk about the projects, it's it's really huge. So it can be game, it can be some project that delivers some feature on the market. It also can be like a standalone, let's say, artist. And he also wants to participate and get some support and help. And let's say if we talk about the art, let's say I'm an artist, I'm drawing something, and I want to really dedicate myself to this kind of crypto industry, NFT. I want to create NFTs and be kind of a bit efficient in this kind of space. If we're talking about that kind of area and direction, which is really huge, so do you feel that it's also kind of in the scope of the venture capitals, like you're looking for that kind of project, and you also provide support in this area?
You mean if you are an artist, sole entrepreneur, sole artist, and
correct. Yeah, I'm creating my own. All right. Yeah, I'm doing this every day. I'm creating my own masterpieces, and I want to have them converted or be, let's say, efficient in this kind of space, an NFT, right? So if we're talking about that kind of direction or this kind of area, is it something like we can say as a project for you if you're looking to invest or support?
I would say that it's not the direct right place to ask venture capitalists to invest into one sole artist in order that this artist create his NFT, right? So it's not the real approach. It's better that the artist try to understand what it's a trend of digital art, and especially NFTs, try to make his research, try to go to different platforms, OpenSea, and so on, and just have a look what is there. Let's take CryptoPunks. You know, this famous NFT sold for millions, and I mean, there is very low artistic or poor artistic representatives of this one, but they have been the first, right? So they have first mover advantage, and the artist needs, in my opinion, always to be innovative and try to find something what was not there, and use for this NFT. NFT is only a tool, but I don't see an artist like a sole entrepreneur who is who can do NFT marketplace. Rather, artist is a user of this marketplace.
Okay, so I get what you're saying. Let me like probably restructure the question. So if we got just going away from this sole trader, let's say as a standalone person, right? If we look at this as more like this, like the real great opportunity in this kind of area, and what kind of project from this area, like the artists, like the digital art industry, can be shaped, let's say, as a project for you guys be interested to invest?
Maybe I can take this one.
All right.
So I was pretty deeply, let's say, involved and also in analysis of the NFT space. At the moment, what the most common way, let's say, what artists are doing, they group up, let's say, in a certain team, and in quite a short time, they create collections of NFTs, mostly between 5,000 and 15,000 editions of it. Most of the time, they draw between 200 and 500 pieces that are put together by AI, let's say, and creating these unique editions of that artwork. This is at the moment done. I think there are daily 5 mints of 5 different projects. It's like a very trending area. For example, one of the most successful ones, Bored Ape Yacht Club. I think one of these pieces, I don't know exactly, but I think it's 40 ETH, the cheapest one, something like this. And these projects, they have normally not backed by venture capital. So they have a complete public sale, let's say, sometimes with a reservation phase, sometimes directly minting. So where they try to gather a community around the project, mostly on Discord, and then they are creating that demand, that excitement of the community, and then the community members need to do maybe some steps beforehand to apply, like a whitelist, and then they can finally mint a maximum amount of these NFTs. And with this principle, it's commercially pretty successful. So I think normally they make with such a project between 250K up to 5 million, only with the mint. And then they have royalties on it up to 5%, and these type of projects are normally always launching on OpenSea. So there are not other marketplaces so far involved in these projects. So this is a little bit kind of a scheme, that's at the moment going on. Good players, not so good players in that field, but there are also some good artists involved in one or the other projects. So this is what I can say, let's say, what's at the moment ongoing and what's the most trending concept of also commercializing the whole thing.
Yeah, so from my understanding of what you said, that it's more like it's just not like you drew something and put it like in a canvas and just come and say, okay, here you go, I want to get some money from it. It's more like to get a shape of it as a more like commercial project, or maybe in the shape of the community, and bring some value in it. It's more like to be a part of the project rather than be standalone as just the artist and represent yourself as a possibly from that stage with the unknown name, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And normally it has more meaning behind, or they try to give it more meaning sometimes. So it's not only the piece of art, you know, sometimes it's kind of a club, you know, sometimes it's an entrance to something. Sometimes you're getting fringe benefits, you're getting free drops of further NFTs. So you have certain benefits if you're owning one of these NFTs or several ones. And in addition, some of the projects have quite ambitious roadmaps, which you can then more call a project. So, for example, Boss Logic, one of the most famous NFT artists in the world, has his own one. It's called Blue. It was starting exactly with such an NFT drop of gauntlets. And these are kind of the entry tickets in the future Boss universe, or it's more a metaverse. So there are often games also associated to this, an entrance to certain metaverse. And then it's getting, let's say, a broader sense, let's say, to make that. And some of the projects are then also releasing an own token. And in this case, it could get interesting, for example, for us as ScaleSwap, also as an IDO launchpad. But only if it's, let's say, not only the art piece, but if it's really a project with an ecosystem or metaverse or whatever, and if they also involve an own token economy, then it's also possible to launch on ScaleSwap. And I think then it's also possible to think of a further fundraising with VCs and funds.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that, Ralph. And I really understand that it's better be like really attached, right, to one of the project. Let's say how you can express yourself and bring the value, let's say, in one of the project and be a part of it and get some royalties from that, rather than be like a standalone artist and presenting there. Like, it's like you can do it, but you'd rather be attached to project or maybe multiple projects and get the revenues or royalties from it and be more successful. And probably this is where you can get your name more popularized, and then maybe you can start looking into direction, be yourself, right? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. Otherwise, you need to have a name already. You know, you need to be influential. You know, you should have large social media following, or you should have in the non-crypto space, you should be pretty famous, you know, in a way. Then you have also a chance to do that alone, and you can go just on one of the marketplaces and have your own collection. If you don't have that, it's a very difficult path, let's say, to be successful in selling your NFT art.
But if I can add here, it's also in comparison with, let's say, traditional art sector. I'm not professional in this art sector, but just according to the general information, we all know that how hard it is for the newbie, for the new artist creator to get at least medium level of success on the traditional art sector. You need a relationship with galleries. You need to invest a lot of time and a lot of money, or you need to have a sponsor who will sponsor your exhibitions, your galleries. You need to have catalogs. You need to interact with a lot of stakeholders in order just to feature you in certain events and exhibitions, etc. In that way, I think the NFT sector, the digital art sector, is much more democratic for the newbies. Yeah, you still need to invest a lot of time and energy or money if you can hire some agency to promote you. But in the digital art sector, you need to promote yourself online. You need to tell a story or to hire storytellers who will do it on behalf of you. You need to feature yourself, to build your public brand, and therefore you will gain this exposure, which will lead to some certain traction on this market. So I think that it's more democratic and it will cost less in the digital environment.
All right. Yeah, I just found the way how I actually can do that. So let's say in one game, you just go in the gallery and your mission is to buy a masterpiece. And all these pictures in your gallery in this game can be any digital art presented by independent artists or maybe well-known artists, and you have to buy it. And that's going to be your NFT. That's going to be attached to the game, and how the game is progressing, you'll probably get more value from it instead of just creating your virtual, maybe, I don't know. Alrighty, it's good that we actually touched that area, and it's very, very sensitive area, and it's lots of opportunities for anyone else who can join, like, and do whatever they want to do and just be presented in the digital space and be attached to the NFT projects. But I just want to move forward, and just probably one of the main questions I have, let's say, all right, I've got my project and I've been really successful and you really like me. So, and how do you actually evaluate prospective, those kind of deals in the blockchain and NFT startups? So what do you actually do? What do you provide?
Hi, Mike. I believe that I can actually add something to it. Can I?
Should. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, so I'm actually an investment analyst at InnMind, and so when I actually have my initial session with the startup, I have my own flow that I actually evaluate these startups. So first, how I actually do is, first I actually start to understand what is the problem they're trying to solve. So that's the initial thing. And what is the solution that they're offering for this problem? That's the second thing. And third thing is the product that they're suggesting, their startup, the idea, how it's going to be the solution. And after that, the main thing is the team, where else, like how the founders are, how they are passionate about the project and what kind of skill set they have, their experience, and also talk about the traction, like what have you done so far? Okay, you're here, you're looking forward to raise fund, but right now, what have you done in terms of the resources that you have? So which is really important. And also the community, how they are planning to capture the community, and also the raise, how much are they planning to raise? After that, what are they planning to do with the money that they're raising, their roadmap? So these are kind of stuff that which I have actually funneled it down in terms of calls with startups. Yeah,
that sounds really reasonable, and I completely understand and on board what you said just now. And we're just moving on, and probably if there's anyone who wants to add,
may I add a few things?
Yeah, go ahead on.
So when analyzing a project, for us, it's the most important part is obviously the team. It starts with the team. It starts with the abilities of the team, the knowledge, the experience, and so on. And that's something that is relevant for traditional and the crypto space. Beside the team, of course, we have to make sure that the concept makes sense. That it's not just it doesn't just sound great, but it's also relevant for reality. And with regards to crypto specifically, you have everything around token economics, And that's very unique to the crypto space, of course. And it's something that we unfortunately see many projects fail with their planning or with their assumptions. And it's something that I think that founders of the crypto projects should pay much more attention, and obviously not just copy paste what you see from other projects and then just decide to do something similar, even though it won't be relevant or won't be successful for that specific project. And lastly, beside everything else that I just mentioned, of course, if any tech is already developed, then it's very important to actually research and make sure that it's solid and not just to rely on what's being said. So that's like in a nutshell.
All right. I mean, really reasonable points, and thanks for that. We're moving kind of really into direction, let's say, like you heard of the project, so you probably investigated the project, so you've done your research. So what are the actually red flags, let's say, that can potentially break the deal for all of you guys? What's the, like, let's say top 3?
So if you don't mind, I'll jump in and start. First of all, partnerships. We are seeing different projects updating their websites with different partnerships. And we've seen that phenomena during the ICO craze. It's happening all over again this year. And when we actually ask about these partnerships, and in some cases, I am even asking for evidence for these partnerships, you find that it's all made up. It's not real. There's no partnership. Sometimes it's with big 500 Fortune companies. Sometimes it's with well-known crypto companies, and so on. The second red flag is following what I said before about tech and about development. When you are asking to review the past experience of the CTO or one of the developers, and the team is just not able to provide any evidence for that. And we are talking about presentations that are claiming to have experience of many, many years for the CTO or the developer. So you do expect to see at least a few examples of developments that were done in the past. And the last third example is everything around the legal. Many projects do not consult with the right legal advisor before they decide where to start the company, how to start the company, and how to organize things in a proper way. And it's extremely important, especially since we are seeing that many of the ICOs are being indicted by the SEC. And already we are seeing now decentralized platforms being investigated by the SEC and so on. And I do expect to see many indictments, unfortunately. So it's really, really important to make sure that the legal is solid and the project is getting the proper advice.
Yeah, that's a great point.
I wanted to add something to what Owen said. In many of blockchain projects, we see also anonym teams, and this is a very big first red flag. If the team is anonym, if the team is hiding, then there is a reason for this, and this is something what should not be. It should be very similar to traditional startups. The team should be present. The team is the core asset of the startup, not the technology. Because technology is not there. Every early stage startup lack on technology. It's early stage, but the team is something what has a potential to execute the roadmap in future, and therefore the team is number one. And if the team is very good and can provide past records, and if it's all provable, then even if technology is a bit weak, we can look into this more deeply.
And just to follow up on the team aspect, what just Stan mentioned, we see a lot of projects that are, you can't call them 100% startups, because we see a lot of projects that are tokenizing their existing businesses. And they already have a proven business model, they already have a product, etc. But they are moving to the new for that sector, tokenized business model, utilizing NFT technology or others. And in these cases, of course, teams are not anonymous, but team expertise is lacking in the specific sector of tokenized economy, crypto, etc. And in that way, they can be super experienced in their traditional industries. But the red flag could be if they do not have enough expertise and understanding in-house, inside the core team, of how really to develop, grow business in this new for them environment. This is very, very widely seen case. And for such kind of teams, I highly recommend to get some expertise from outside. But not just advisors who have calls once per week or once per month, yeah, but just to hire experienced people, that's it. I see Ona also wanted to add something here.
Yeah, I wanted to to add something to what Stan said about the non-identified team members. Last week, I was talking to a project and I was asking after the first call, and we had a chat, and then I asked them, okay, thank you for the call. Now for the next step, I'd like to know who are the co-founders. Because it doesn't say anything on the website and so on. So the founder is responding, oh, no problem, I'll send you the information. So he sends me a couple of images that obviously, for me, it was very obvious that two of the images were fake and first names, no full names. So it's unbelievable that these things are actually still happening. And the worst part is that there are actually investors investing in these projects. And that's unbelievable to me. I mean, how can an investor invest in a project that they don't know who the team is? And I'm just super emphasizing what Stan said. It's so unbelievable that it's happening.
Not every investor is smart, right? This is a proof.
Yeah, I think some are also really just spreading, you know, into the broad. They don't care if one is without visible team, one is not. So some are really just going broad, you know. But I also don't understand that strategy, because the problem is these projects, they are partially also really scam rug pull, or at least soft rug, you know. So they are really cheating the people and stealing their money. And the investors which then invested, they are, let's say, like evidence that this project is good, you know, for the publicity. And this is the main problem. I have no problem if they invest in everything, but it's kind of an indirect evidence for all the others and for the community. And this is the big problem.
Absolutely.
And therefore do your due diligence every time. So if you are somehow connected, involved into the project, if you want to be an investor, every time do your own due diligence. Don't rely on outside.
Yes, absolutely. I have seen cases of investors that are investing exactly because of what you said, because of other investors investing and they don't even bother to do the due diligence. And beside that, just to clarify, I think that it's extremely weird and unprofessional to invest in a project that you don't know who the team members are when you are investing through a soft agreement. If you're just buying the tokens on an exchange because it's already traded, then obviously I don't expect to do the same due diligence. But if you are completely relying on the team as the investor, then you should do the proper due diligence.
All righty, that's slightly moving into the next question to you guys. So that's all about the VC reputation and the co-investors. Let's say I've got someone investing in me, and how for you guys important the existing cap table for your decision? Like let's say if you look at the cap table, it's like what makes you feel and make your decision, let's say invest or not to invest, and can you actually reject investment if there's a, let's say, a dumper or on a startup's cap table? So if you feel not comfortable, but you feel, oh, I see, there's someone already invested, like exactly like you probably started already discussing that. So what makes you feel, and what's the kind of the list of probably whitelisted maybe investors that you feel, oh yeah, if they kind of invested, that probably something good to look at, and I'll probably need to dig deep to understand, and maybe I can invest as well. So what made that decision for you?
And yeah, I can elaborate a little bit more on that, and I'm sure that all the other participants have a lot to say on this topic. But just as On said, there are investors who are jumping blindly just because other investors are already on cap table, and exactly the same happens when investors reject the project just because they see some name or brand name on cap table that they don't want to be associated with. The reputation by itself is super important, specifically in this sector. In all sectors, in all industries, reputation is an important factor. But in our field, it's kind of one of the number one, I think, things, because the dynamics of the whole sector is so fast. There is no years and years of background and public reputation and public track records. Information circulates very fast, and we are constantly observing the market. We are constantly keeping in touch with all the startups from the deal flow, even after they raised money, after they launched publicly. To understand how did the relationship with their investors on the cap table evolve, and what were were there any bad situations, were there any dumping activities? I would not tell any names about dumpers as you asked, because I don't think it's, maybe one can elaborate a little bit more on that. I don't know any public sources. Co-intelligence made a lot of good reports on different scam and dumping activities, but I don't know one public blacklist of these, let's say, bad guys in the VC sector. But of course, the professional community knows internally and circulates internally the names of the companies that bring more harm to startups in their portfolio than good. And speaking about good investors, it's also the question that you should never take as it is like 100%. If this top tier investor, top tier is also weird meaning, yeah, because there are guys like Galaxy Digital, there are guys like Pantera, Polychain, etc., who were known to be top tier VCs, a kind of. But why so? Because just recently, let's say a year ago, the sector was immature. There were not that much good and smart and long-term investors in this sector. And of course, these few guys, they were the earliest ones who put their brand on public and made a good reputation and track record. But right now, I think, looking at their track record, at their fund performance, and comparing it with the relatively new funds that appeared maybe in the last couple of years on the market, sometimes the new funds perform way better and bring more value to the startups, because they are not yet arrogant. They are fighting for the good deal flow. They are fighting for good startups. They bring not only money, but also expertise, advisory expertise, marketing support, PR, etc., etc., etc. And in that way, I would not recommend startups to blindly think, oh, I want this top tier investor because his name was featured in Forbes or somewhere else. Yeah.
Wow. All right, that sounds like you've got some competitive market around there in the VC space, right?
Quite competitive, but let's ask VC on what will you say on this topic?
So yes, I completely agree with everything that you said. We don't have a list of dumpers, but it's pretty easy to handle it. Basically, you just need to plan the right token economics for the fundraising. You need to release the tokens gradually. Most projects release tokens every few months or every month. I actually recommend projects to release the tokens on a daily basis, to have as small amounts as possible. If they don't want to do it on a daily basis, then a weekly base. And of course, if not that, then on a monthly base. But beside that, with regards to what you said about the VCs with the names, I completely agree with you. And it's unbelievable how much knowledge is sometimes missing. Even I'm not gonna name specific names, but even with top very well recognized names, and I'll even give you one example of a fund that I talked to about 2 months ago, and they specifically told me, yeah, we don't actually review the projects. We just invest following other investors. So that's exactly what they're doing, and they have a very, very good name and very good reputation. And so yes, so absolutely, as Nelly said, be very careful about choosing your investors. And if I mentioned before about doing the proper due diligence on the project, then yes, absolutely, founders of startups should do the proper due diligence on investors. And don't even get me started on investors that are scammers themselves. And we have too many of these in our industry, and they will promise you the moon. And of course, advisors. You have investors and advisors that they will promise you the moon, they will get tokens, and they will do nothing for you. So I highly recommend following Nelly's advice to do the due diligence on investors as well.
All right, thank you for that. And I know that we really talk much about the, like the kind of strategy of how you need to be sufficient in front of the venture capitalists, and what needs to be like the checklist, what you have to do and what you need to focus on. But my next question is more like technical, right? And let's say, I know the projects can be different, but you need to communicate somehow to the blockchain, because otherwise how are you going to actually be successful and start getting money from it? So, and it's kind of like an open sea of different, let's say, protocols, so you can communicate to the blockchain and actually store the data. And the question is, let's say, I don't know, and I don't know what to start from, and what's the best for me, let's say, and what's the difference between the protocols? So probably maybe a question to you, Abdul, and you can actually share your experience and maybe some knowledge how to do that.
Mike, protocols as in, I didn't quite catch the question. Sorry.
Alrighty, I can explain to you in more details. Let's say I have a project and I need, because there's lots of protocols on the market, but not like thousands. I'm not saying that, but it's definitely tens of them, maybe, right? And they're not the same, right? But you need to pick one, or maybe some of them, or maybe a few of them, right? Just to make, let's say, your project more efficient. And it all will be depend on your project, because it can be your game, which can be a very, very deep RPG strategy game, or it can be something else. So you don't need that much protocol. So, and you're kind of a bit lost if you don't know exactly what to choose from, right? And so what kind of advices you can actually say, or let's say, what's the first steps you need to go through to identify and, like, let's say, choose or pick the right one for your business?
First, we need to understand the underlying protocols that they have chosen in the first place in relation to their game or the idea. So first, we need to understand if the protocols are actually the right ones, because if you're actually built on the wrong protocol, then you really, it's going to be really hard for you to build a future towards it. And also in this space, interoperability is a main thing that we should actually look at, because when we actually a lot of projects, they would want to expand into other protocols and follow these things as well. So in that context, they're laying the foundation. So if the foundation is not right, then I would advise them to reconsider and go back and build the protocol in an efficient manner and then come back.
Okay, so the main question probably, can I use more than one protocols in my project, right? Can I do that?
Yeah.
All right. So it's more like what you actually require or what you need to express or let's say provide the depth of your project and how many protocols that can be required that just actually help you out to actually provide those features in your projects and stuff like that. Is that what you're saying, right? So let's say it's going to be multi chain project, right? And it's fine. Okay, cool. So all you need to do is just to know what you're actually doing and to pick the right protocol just to help you out to actually deliver the quality, right?
Exactly.
May I add here something? So because as CTO, I have, let's say, a direct connection to the technical part, to the blockchains and protocols. So your question is how a project can choose the right blockchain as underlined.
Well, I mean, I would say how to what's the right way of picking the right protocol to communicate to the one blockchain or maybe multiple blockchains, right? That's the question.
Okay, so first of all, I hope that this project have good technical experience, so good CTOs, people who understand what they're doing, really technically. It's the most important, crucial thing. Then if you select or choose a protocol, you need to look on the community around the protocol. And if you look, for example, on EVM protocols, so Ethereum-like protocols, you will see that basically Ethereum Foundation builds the ground base. It has among 20,000 developers. The technology is very solid and battle tested since many years. And therefore, other teams can come and take the technology and continue to build this. Like, for example, Polygon blockchain or Binance Smart Chain, which is exact copy of Ethereum. What I want to say with this, the protocol should have a very big community of developers around this. It's a main thing. If the protocol is very new, even if it sounds very fancy, very cool, the best of it, but there is no community around this, there are no developers around this, then it's high probably it's not good. Therefore, if you want to build an application which will work, you need to choose the best and known protocols. And I, of course, recommend EVM protocols, so Ethereum-like protocols, but also Solana. Solana is good.
There's something promising, right, on the market.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I heard of it. Yeah, and it's really promising. And I know that we all know the technical part is really vital for your project, and you need the right people to understand and really choose the right kind of choice for that to just really make that project efficient and successful, right? All right, guys. Sorry, we are really sorry. Ralph?
I just want to have a little addition, very important, let's say, on the one hand, also the developer community, what Stan said, but also the community that is then using also the app, you know. So if you have, there are certain protocols which are more prominent for DeFi. There are some protocols that are more prominent for industry solutions. You know, so therefore, it's also important to see who is at the moment using this protocol. So what kind of community can I expect if I launch my app on that blockchain? Because otherwise you have a great product, You are building on a strong protocol, but no one is using your app, and you're wondering why, you know, because simply the community was not there.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Ralph. And sorry, guys, but I need to just really wrap it up, and because we're really out of time and just probably a few minutes, just to kind of wrap it up and summarize. So what would you kind of, from my understanding, so advice to be kind of to make the NFT startup successful, right? So what's you guys to what make you guys to look at this as a successful project for funding and fundraising? So just I will give you just like a few bullet points, and then just correct me if I'm wrong. So you need to have like a first, I know this by myself, so the team is everything. So you need to have a good team, right? And you need to a completely transparent understanding in the team what the project is like and what's the benefit of the project, what's the goals and what's the vision of it, right? The second thing, you need to understand the technical side. The technical side is a very important. This is like a probably 50 or maybe more % of success of your project, right? So also there's a few bits and pieces to be a bit more efficient. You have to look what's going on in the market, like, right, to make your fit to that market and really maybe be something specific. So so if we're talking about the startups itself, right? So so if, let's say, if you just look at the in the dimension of the areas of the business, let's say we know there's the gaming industry is growing really fast. It's probably the best fit. You can actually do some different things, and there's so many options around that. So if you look at the art or a digital art industry that was growing as well, and maybe it need to get some shape of it, like to as a project as well. So let's say at this point, what is like top 3 startups, let's say you really happily be looking at, or probably for investment or fundraising? So number 1 is what?
I would say NFT innovation.
Okay.
So we also have 2 projects in our pipeline that make out of NFT something new, you know, using NFT as a capsule where you can have collateral and whatever in it, you know, combining that with vesting and unlocking and releasing, you know, the collateral. This is just one example, you know. I think it's, and on the other hand, there's one project which NFTs have a little bit of problem of the regulatory side, licensing, you know. You have a JPEG, it's an NFT, but you know, where's the legal background, you know? So one of our startups is exactly tackling this, identity management, provenance management, having a proof, and if it's something physical, even having there also digital identity 100% match with a chip on that physical asset. So I think these are very important things that bring also the whole NFT space forward. Real innovation, in my perspective.
All right, thanks, Ralph, for that.
When you were asking about 3 startups, did you want us to name the names or what?
Really up to you, but it's more like to understand really the scope of it, you know, like it's something that connected to gaming and something to connect to I don't know, maybe some digital creators or maybe content creators or anything like that. So it's more like not the names, probably it's more like the direct, I mean, like this, like spheres or the part of the maybe different businesses or something like that. But guys, sorry for that, but that's it, we don't have time.
Oh my God, it's heartbreaking, really.
Yeah, sorry, it's a hard stop. It's a hard stop, and I have to say that because I've been pushing really. You don't see it, but I'm telling you, I know it's a long discussion. I'm happy to have you on board. anytime soon, but unfortunately, we should follow the time frames we have.
Sure.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
And yeah,
Спасибо,
thanks, guys.
дорогие
That was
друзья.
a
Спасибо.
really, really good conversation.
Bye.
Really good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Здравствуйте. Мы продолжаем нашу...
Good day, Charlie. We are to continue our conference. Unfortunately, it is not suitable to the Russian Museum. Every second word you pronounce is absolutely unclear to us. We are not familiar with the topic. And I have a pleasure to present Charlie Hu, the managing partner of Lucid Blue Ventures. I hope to hear what it is, and we are about to develop gaming section and the message about how to scale NFT and Web3 gaming ecosystem. Charlie, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you a lot for the great introduction, and thank you for the invitation for from the NFT Tech Conference. My name is Charlie Hu. I hope through today's presentation, I can give you some idea what's going on with the Polygon ecosystem and all the things we have been doing, how to scale the NFT and the gaming ecosystem. There has been a lot of interesting stuff, and we have been doing in the ecosystem. So without further ado, let me dive into the topic of today: how to scale the NFT and the gaming ecosystem from the Polygon perspective. So about Polygon, right? And it's founded in 2017 as one of the first Ethereum sidechain, and that successfully built the Plasma and the scaling solution around Ethereum. I think everybody knows Ethereum, right? It's one of the most sophisticated public chain, has so many adoption around the world, right? So Polygon has successfully migrated from scale from the Matic sidechain to a multi solution or full stack solution ecosystem with multiple layer 2 scaling solution like Polygon ZK rollups, Plasma, POS chain, and the data avail, that kind of solution. It's 100% EVM compatible with multiple orders of degrees cheaper transaction fee. As you can see, it's 0.00004 cents per transaction, and it's 2-second block time on finality. So far we have actually the number is actually surpassed the number. We have more than 600 decentralized applications built on Polygon already. Daily active transactions are more than 7 million. And we are seeing a lot of more NFT and gaming projects that are built on Polygon. So definitely would like to share more insights about that. So the problem statement about what we are trying to solve from Polygon perspective is to scale all kinds of adoption, right? There's no one size fits for all or one solution fits for all type of thing, right? So that's why we really want to really be a very good full stack multi-solution on the layer 2 side to scale upcoming increasing amount of demand on the NFT and the gaming side. That's why in the Polygon solution side, we have the enterprise grade scaling, which we call it and the NFT Nightfall. Recently, we just had a collaboration with Ernst & Young that has been publicly announced as an enterprise solution and scaling part. Then we also have our own public chain. It's a POS chain and Plasma chain. With that, we already have a lot of applications, NFT applications, gaming application built on that. We also have a lot of data availability or data privacy type of new solutions, from ZK rollups or some others such as shared security chains we want to build. I think we believe in that. Polygon in the future can build a multi-chain ecosystem and build this kind of internet of blockchain around Ethereum to help Ethereum to scale further and bring the next 1 billion users to the blockchain ecosystem. Yeah, it's because of it's completely EVM compatible. That's why it's seamless integration with a lot of the Ethereum adoption already. So that's the benefit of Polygon, right? And as I mentioned, Scalability is one thing we are trying to do, and it's very modular based, have very good developer experiences, and it's interoperable across different layer 2 solutions and also side chains. And yeah, it's EVM compatible. Polygon never claims to be the EVM, the Ethereum competitor. We try to grow together with Ethereum to provide the better technology solution for all kinds of adoption technology applications for including NFT and gaming. So the journey all the way from 2017 till now, we really see a huge amount of the NFT and the gaming companies start to really booming up, right? since last year, right? I think a lot of people realize like a lot of gaming companies, NFT companies are really growing phenomenal, right? Especially like Axie Infinity. In Polygon, we have a lot of other gaming partners. So here's the full team. We have the founders mainly from India. We also have a very strong European team. Co-founder Mihano is from Slovak. And we also just acquired a very strong zero knowledge proof research team from Switzerland, Spain, called Hermes. So Hermes is going to working with Polygon closely on the zero knowledge proof EVM, ZK EVM solution. The advisor team are mainly from the Ethereum core consensus people or the Ethereum community OG that has been in the space for many years. So today's topic is talk about NFT and gaming, right? Me and myself has been in the space since 2013. I'm very interested in NFT and gaming because that's some kind of thing I feel really enabled to embrace the mass adoption. And gaming, I've been a big gamer myself. I see a lot of interesting gaming I built on Polygon. We see tremendous growth this year. So that's the reason we started this Polygon Studio, trying to be the next best accelerator or facilitator for all kinds of blockchain gaming and NFT to bring those applications on blockchain into the Web3 ecosystem. That's our vision, to be the go-to brand, enable onboarding all kinds of Web2 gaming studio and IP owners, NFT projects to the Web3. We provide all kinds of support, 360-degree support from marketing, development, incubation, and the ecosystem funding. And that's how we were seeing, hopefully from the Polygon Studios support, we can help a lot of projects to grow faster in the ecosystem. Polygon also set up this 100 million ecosystem fund for projects aiming to combine all kinds of technology in gaming and NFT. I think that's going to be a very important resources to help all kinds of developers to grow faster. So to deep dive on the gaming side, right, a bit. First of all, I think the gaming is one of the fastest growing industry without having too much impact and by the coronavirus, all the situation, right? It's purely virtual. We're entering the metaverse field, right? So a lot of traditional games are exploring new ways to build a new business model. So that's why, based on the growth of Axie Infinity and many other Web3 games, we see a lot of the free-to-play games now move to the play-to-earn. So I think the new gaming paradigm is the game developers and the game players have a very interesting tokenomics model, have a DAO system for governance, to have an alignment to share the revenue, share the benefits within the game economy. So we're going to see interesting NFT drop from all kinds of game projects. And they're kind of the game player and game developers can share benefits and building that together. That's something very interesting. We see a lot of interesting blockchain games built on Polygon. We're talking and have been working closely with Atari, some leading brands in the gaming industry, right? We also have several very, very good, fast-growing Web3 games such as Avagachi, and Zedron also funded by X16Z. And also a lot of interesting metaverse projects like Decentraland, Sandbox, Neural District. These guys has been the leading project in the metaverse space. Because of the low gas fee and also easy to adopt, they also moved to Polygon. And one thing which also worth mentioning on the NFT side for Polygon is OpenSea as one of the biggest platform in the world, right? Has high, like almost 200 million daily active traffic. As 40% of the transactions and the NFT new minting are actually using the Polygon version of OpenSea because it's much cheaper minting fee and then transaction fee, right? Right now, Ethereum, every transaction will cost you maybe $20. Even the high, doing the gas war will literally cost you more than $100. With Polygon, it's just a little fraction of within a cent. You can mint the NFT and actually trade that. So that's much more user friendly. And yeah, it certainly is. We're seeing a lot of traffic, coming from the OpenSea NFT side on the Polygon. Yeah, I think to talk more on the support side, I think we are trying to really embrace a lot of the Web3, Web2 in studios, and to provide good infrastructure technology, and the crypto native marketing, and all kinds of ecosystem support to embrace all the Web2 gaming company and NFT, IP and agencies to build interesting projects on Polygon on the blockchain side. Yeah, I think that you see the funding and some other resources we're trying to provide. And to move from gaming side to the NFT side, we are seeing very interesting trend as well. We believe NFT is one of the most important adoption side in blockchain industry that are enabled to unlock a lot of industry, including music, movie, entertainment, sports, all the other things, right? We see a lot of interesting long-term fan engagement type of NFT drops, and that on Polygon, we are seeing a lot of interesting NFT design, built around very high-level celebrities, very high-end brands. So recently, we have Deutsche Gabbana, one of the leading luxury brands. They have the NFT drop on one of the Polygon-supported NFT platform called UXTD, right? And we also see some really high world-class sports celebrities such as Ronaldinho and Leo Messi. They have some NFT drop on the NFT platform that is powered and built on Polygon as well. So these kind of interesting high-level NFT drops, we see more and more coming. We are talking with Worldwide Fund, WWF, for some kind of foundation charity NFT as well. So I think these are happening more and more in the ecosystem. What's more interesting and actually exciting to would like to share with you is on the scaling side, on network side, which is the Hermes acquisition. So Polygon, this is basically one of the biggest news in the entire blockchain industry, I would say, in 2021. Polygon acquired the Hermes network team for $250 million and the value of token. So Hermes team is based in Switzerland and Spain as one of the leading zero knowledge proof research team, right? They've been doing this ZK rollups research and engineering work for almost 5 years. And they're very strong engineering team, and with Polygon's strong ecosystems resources and very strong engineering production work, that's a really a very complementary merger and acquisition with very strong synergy. So we believe with Hermes acquisition, we're going to see the Polygon Hermes solution, the ZK rollups, will come up soon. With that ZK rollups, we're going to have a ZK EVM solution that all kinds of EVM compatible technology can use the ZK to scale further, right? We believe ZK was a missing step within the Polygon technology, and the Hermes can basically fulfill that kind of gap to be more well-rounded as a full stack scaling solution. So next step, basically Polygon is setting up this $1 billion fund, ecosystem treasury fund, to support all kinds of ZK-based solutions. So there's another very interesting ZK scaling solution team Polygon is about to acquire. For no more news about that, we will disclose that after the announcement is done. I think it will be very soon, maybe within a couple of weeks later. So with that, I think Polygon is going to be very strong on the research side, on the engineering side, to provide all kinds of scaling solution, that can facilitate all kinds of the engineering work for NFT and gaming applications. Yeah, so sharing a little bit more just on the data, right? So recently, this is actually old data because the old slides. Recently, Polygon already have has surpassed the daily active user. The number of daily active wallet addresses and users has surpassed Ethereum network. Basically, that means there are basically more people with unique wallets every day are using Polygon than Ethereum. That is pretty phenomenal growth so far. Yeah, and so I think for a lot of developers, we're seeing we basically providing a lot of SDK, tooling solution for all kinds of developers. People who wants to build games, if they want to build a sidechain, Polygon SDK can be a very simple solution for them to build a EVM compatible sidechain that can interact with Polygon mainnet as well. Yeah, and yeah, it's a pretty easy compatible solution tooling. Basically, as long as you are a Solidity developer, Ethereum developer, you are by default pretty simple to learn about the Polygon stack to build things on Polygon as well. So we believe with the technology advantage Polygon has, we can facilitate and support all kinds of scaling, all kinds of NFT and gaming projects to scale further, right, with a less transaction fee and more user friendliness. And I guess that's pretty much what I have to say. Although the deck I have is much longer, but I would like to give more time maybe for people who wants to ask questions. And yeah, thank you very much.
Спасибо, господин Ху.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hu. I would like to ask you a question, just one for now.
Yes, please.
So the museum, by its tasks, the museum is not a creator of or not even a participant of gaming industry. But we have experience in gaming, and 13 years ago we started making games that we call smart games. The task of these games are, of course, not to kill your enemy, and they are mostly dedicated to widening the understanding among children of arts.
Okay.
I believe this is a unique task, but of course, it was not meant to be similar to usual games.
Yeah.
So the question is, could this direction be interesting to you? And probably we could discuss this direction in terms of museum games.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. So from what I just heard, right, museum has a lot of interesting data archive, right? You have, I think from what I heard, your game have interesting character, have very sophisticated game design. So to build this kind of game, move them from Web2 game, traditional games, into a blockchain games, 3 attributes or 3 elements we basically need to do more research and have a pretty good product design. One is what kind of game items you think can treat as assets. It's limited, it's unique, and it's have special attributes, right? With that, we can design an NFT drop strategy that basically put those data into a blockchain and put that into a smart contract and mint let's say ERC 721 or 115 item NFT. Because if that is that's possible to design, we can design a very transparent competition framework. Let the players to compete with each other. They have some kind of rank, right? So we can design a reward system for the people who can win within the game, right? So that kind of play to earn we can design, and because it's put on blockchain, nobody can cheat and it's all transparent, right? It's more trustworthy. So that's on the second perspective. Third perspective, I will look at more on the metaverse perspective, right? Maybe the game itself has a very unique worldview or some kind of setup, right? With its unique real estate, land, property, or some kind of ownership stuff. With that, maybe we can design a very immersive experiences. And some of the the experiences and also some of the assets can be put on blockchain. So I think this is I don't have a full overview of the museum game, but it sounds pretty interesting. I definitely would like to see how we can support. From Polygon side, we give grants, we give developer grants, we give some other support, also maybe funding if we really like the project. And yeah, as long as project wants to build on Polygon, we will see all kinds of ways to support. And yeah, we work closely with all the top exchanges, including Coinbase and so on. We also work with all the wallet provider. So if there's some NFT assets or token you want to generate, and we can support you with all kind of integration, and hopefully that will be helpful to grow the project, become successful. That's my answer.
Спасибо. Спасибо.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Seems like there are no more questions. I think everybody is thinking about their questions, and thank you very much. I hope to see you soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the invitation.
Our next speaker of our session will be Mikhail Rizanov. We saw him during the discussion, and the head of Mail.ru Group. He is the director of Caps Coin Products, and he will speak about the peculiarities of gamification in NFT games. Hello, Mikhail.
Здравствуйте. Все хорошо. All right.
Итак, рад снова видеть вас. Я знаю, что уже много чего сказали про NFT игры, NFT в играх, но перед тем, как я начну объяснять, как NFT могут быть использованы в играх, я хотел поделиться с вами небольшой информацией, кто я и откуда я, собственно. Возможно, многие из вас играют в игры, и с тех пор, как у меня появился первый компьютер много лет назад, где-то в 90-х, возможно. Но в первый раз, когда я увидел впервые игру на мобильном телефоне, это действительно изменило мое воображение. И первый мой смартфон был Nokia 76 с чем-то, и это была эра Java игр, простых игр, но в любом случае я подумал, что очень хорошо бы было создать свою собственную игру, и я стал думать в этом направлении, и я работал со многими компаниями, и гейм-дизайнерами, и в конце концов я сам стал лидером в mail publishing, и это уже международный бренд, называется my.com, и я бы хотел поделиться своими знаниями, как мы добились успеха в этом массивном тренде растущем и крипто.
Again, sorry, let me share my, let me share my presentation first. Alrighty, there you go. Okay. And again, it's been a lot said, but I want to just make some really good points on that. We need to know that, and we have to keep in mind that it's a non-fungible token. And this can be used and represented easily and generated by the users. It can be photos, images, videos, audio, and any other digital files or assets as unique items, and use blockchain technology to establish verified and public proof of ownership. So the main question I have is, what NFTs, what are they basically when it comes to the games? So how they can be converted or how they can be really adopted into the games. And I'd like to kind of dive into the past, probably of all of us, to find the first NFTs in the real world. And of course, there are collectibles. It's something that you can actually touch, own, and hold, store, save. And you're probably right to say, yeah, I remember them. They are probably bottle caps I've been collecting for a while when I was a kid. Or it probably can be some caps, maybe, you know, like pogs, you know, like you're collecting those stuff and sometimes you actually can play with it. And of course, you can't go without it, sports cards. These are all collectibles in our real world and they still exist. And when I've been doing this and preparing this presentation, I actually found this on eBay. So just probably a few hours ago, so someone selling this sports card of NBA for $500,000 Australian dollars. So the potential are really big, and I would say that it's huge. But we are looking into the game objects now and how they can actually look like if it comes to the games. I would say that this can be whatever user can purchase in the game and own. It can be, I don't know, it can be any boosts. It can be any weapon, armor, costume, skin, anything that can be purchased that user can hold and actually sell it, whatever he wants to do with it. So, and I want to really make more like point on the main object, which is your character. So it can be any character in the game. And we all know that the character helps you to progress in the game. And to progress in the game, you have to upgrade your character. This is something the user interact on like every day and every game session, just to dive into this the game environment and increase his abilities and basically progress in the game. You have to do all the missions or quests. So it's kind of all that we already doing in the games so far. And the capacity of it and the horizon that can be actually expanded to this in the NFT world, that is whatever you do with your character, it's all reflected into your NFT, and that can increase your liquidity of your NFT. And the existing protocols allow you to actually update and record the game progress on your character's NFT to increase its liquidity. And I'm happy to say that after that speech, you will hear my colleagues from Capscoin, and they will explain more about that, how you can actually do that, and what's the options you have with that, like progress and upgrading the character in the game, and how it can be converted into any other games. All right, so a next step is, okay, then I need to find out what the gameplay is or what genres is probably fit to NFT gaming. And as we know, like it's like really a lot of any genres which is successful or less successful. And there's so many games presented under the each genre. But the main question is, what's the best combination to fit this crypto or NFT world, just to be really efficient in the game? And not every genre or every gameplay can fit into that. So if we look into like there really deeply, let's say, let's take the best example of the arcade, very well-known game, which is Match 3, which is a game mechanic. And let's just break it in part and say, all right, so what do we have here in this kind of game? So we do have levels, which probably the most game session users play with. It can be combined into the segments or quests or anyway. But anyway, you have to go through the levels. So what helps you to go through the levels faster? It's boosters, or you can open up the chest or earn chest again with the boosters. But probably the main thing you are competing with is just your leaderboard. And the higher and you in that list probably identify you as a top player, and the top player always get the best rewards. And let's say, how can I convert that kind of game mechanics or gameplay into the NFT game? And as you can see, there's not that many options they can do. And probably, from my opinion, there's no any NFTs that can be purchased. Even if you, let's say, for example, give the user to buy boosters as NFTs, but the main risk that you can actually face is that giving away or selling your boosters will affect your game balance. And all the boosters, they probably one-time usage, have the one-time usage. So there's not that many options that you can actually do. And probably one of the best is just to let the user play, and the higher you in the leaderboard, the more, let's say, cryptocurrency you can earn. But that's all you can say. And there's no options for any NFT injections or NFT items or game objects you can purchase and hold forever or sell it. But if you look at RPG games as just an example, and you easily see there's so many opportunities for the NFT integration. So because the game, they say this genre is like full of a very big variety of the items that help you grow, the characters that you can have more than one character in the game. And especially the game session is longer in these kind of games. So as I said, there's so many options you can use, but the main question is, do we actually have to convert every single game object into the NFT? And the answer is probably no. So you have to be really clever, because you are actually not trying to break the balance of the game, and probably be focused on what's the main driving the money generating items in the game. And of course, you probably know already, that's your characters. And if we're talking about the characters, then this is where you are most interested to come back to the game, progress, or maybe buy and purchase new ones or upgrade them. This is something to drive you on to come back to the game. And we are now talking about the retention rate of the games. So moving forward, just a quick list of the options you possibly can get. So you do have, in this kind of genres and gameplays, you do have map, you do have levels, you are unlimited to your quest missions or events you can hold. It's going to be a calendar event, so whatever you do in the games, it's all will help you out to retain the play in the game and do the extra drop of the NFTs or any other game object. So again, it's the boosters, and this is like a plenty variety of, it's going to be one-time booster, it's going to be forever booster, but with a cooldown effect, or it can be a booster that just actually allow you to enter or open up the chest or enter the mission, the secret mission or something like that. There's a treasure chests as well, treasure map, characters, skin, costumes, armor, weapons, leaderboard, everything you need to monetize your game as an NFT game. So, and if we look back to the matched 3 game mechanic and the RPG, I would recommend likely combine them really in one if you're looking something like that. And there's a plenty of games that already have that. a combination of classic arcade mechanics with the like heavily hardcore play genres like RPG. So moving forward, as let's say, yes, now I probably know what's my best kind of combination of what the game should look like if I want to bring it up and integrate the NFT. But the main question is how your user is going to enter the game. And at this stage, there are a few options, and it's a very known options. So one of them is, of course, we know it's free. So go ahead, just enter the game and play. Like you will get some kind of default pack of your starting pack of your character, maybe some boosts, some extra in-game money, just to let you just to try and like go through these guidance and like just get knowledge how to play that game, whatever. But there's also a risk that let's say the conversion rate of the free user, the free-to-play user, to the real play-to-earn game user is really low, because when it comes to the point that the user keep playing, but he needs to cash out his money, what he's earned, he will go through the process that he needs to register his wallet, the cryptocurrency wallet and stuff like that. And the another way, another model, it's very known and very popular model, is just to buy a starter pack. Why you need to buy a starter pack? But this is your kind of already investment, so you already like receive your NFTs as a guarantee that you already have investment, and you can actually really progress in the game faster. So it may include anything. It may include like your character or a bunch of the characters. It may include some very, very good bonuses or very good boosters, some extra money on top of it. So, and if you are planning to do that, to actually create a game or transform your existing game, so you already know that there can be different levels of the starter packs, different price, everything, just to provide the depth of your game and the option user can invest. So just to give an example, the starter pack can cost you $10,000 or $1,000 or $500. But it's all you're not paying just to enter the game. You're already buying some assets, and that's going to be your NFT. Another model is, okay, I have my own NFTs already in hands. I don't know, I purchased it somewhere else and they just laying down on my dusty shelf, and I want to just give them a second life. So, and this is also an option. So maybe it's not an option on every single game in the market at the moment, but you can do this. You can, let's say, this is just an example how you actually can transform or convert your, let's say, NFT. If you have, let's say, an image as an NFT, but you want to play the game, there's a very good project which is Capscoin, and these guys allow you to actually use any NFT just to enter on the platform and play whatever games you want to on that platform. So, and that's the way you can actually give you second life to NFT and actually increase liquidity by playing games, because whatever you do in the games, it's going to be updated, recorded on your NFT in the blockchain using the smart contract, and whatever you do and how long you do this and the success of you doing this. So it will be recorded, and this will increase your liquidity of your existing NFT. Yes, and it called caps it. And there's an option to uncaps it and do whatever you want outside of this platform as well. But I'm pretty sure that the next speech is going to explain in more detail how you can do that. And next thing is a marketplace. You cannot have your project or game without marketplace. And the marketplaces can be different. So marketplace can be in your game and dedicated to your game or the entire platform of the games, or marketplaces can be outside your platform. It can be any marketplace. So usually when you're releasing game or games, so you want actually to retain the player and communicate to the other players and create the community around your marketplace. And this is like a kind of a freedom to every user to, let's say, to try their best and buy, sell, or maybe rent the NFTs they're holding. So, and it's a really flexible kind of conditions if you can rent it. So let's say, for example, I've got 10 characters in my game and 3 of them are one of the best, and I've got another 10, but I don't use them much, but they're also good and I want to sell them, or I can rent it. And let's say a new user, if it just come into the game and want to play, but he doesn't want to go through this all like a basic steps just to grow, he wants to start really more advanced, he will be looking for something. Maybe I can rent it for a month, or maybe I can rent it for a week. There's a different kind of option, and the user actually create those options on the marketplace. And also, let's say if we're talking about not the characters, I'm just going to give you an example. Let's say you've got a special secret key that only allows you to open up a special secret chest. You can also rent it just once, just one usage, and you can also do that as well. And it's kind of unlimited, but it's also give you freedom how you can actually monetize your NFTs that you're holding in that game. All right, one of the important things, like, what are the business models here? And I am a user. I like to play games. So as you probably already heard, this is like a play to earn model, and someone call it like play and earn. This is the model that you actually, whatever you do in the game, it's all reflected and you all collectible for you. So let's say everything you do, whatever prizes or rewards you get, so they can be easily cashed out. So you can actually convert it to the real money and actually be successful in that. And there are countries that it's so popular that it's like an Asia Pacific region, and people just stop working on their jobs. They just quit jobs and they're just doing that because it's a really good money for them, and they can easily do that and earn money. All right, and yes, the more you play, the more you get, and the more successful you're in the games, you increase your liquidity of your existing NFTs, and you can interact with any other games as well. But what if you are a game developer and you have a game and you just need some tune up or tweaks just to make it a bit more successful in the, let's say, NFT or crypto world? And this is where we're saying that this is probably a well-known business model as a revenue share. So let's say if you're looking into the enter to the market, but you just have a game and you don't have like that really too much budget like to invest in the game or promote the game. So you come to the publisher or the platform holders, and they will provide you with the advisory and the help in terms of producing how to make the game more efficient, how the best transformation and what's the best combination to convert it into the NFT game. And that's it. That's you working in this collaboration, and you release the game on the platform and you just get your revenues. But if you look at the, let's say, a standalone guys and some other representative from a digital space, I'm an artist, but I can draw. I know how to draw, and I like it, and I want to create more stuff. And then how can I be actually fit to the gaming? And the answer is simple. So you can create the game objects. You can create costumes, skins. You can even create a music or soundtracks. So you can do lots of stuff that really are really similar what them like the Hollywood movies do. So it's everything that can be visible and sensible. So, and this is where you can get additional royalties from it. So it's a really unlimited option, but it needs to go through the producers that can actually guide you through. Let's say, just to give you a quick example. So you want to create a character. It can be anything. It can be cat, mouse.
Уважаемый спикер, Михаил, простите, что я
Mikhail, sorry to interrupt you, but we are limited in time.
закончите, конечно, свою мысль.
So finish your presentation, please, but unfortunately, we don't have much time for this.
Okay, to just summarize, give me 1 minute, okay? So what you need to do, you need to define your best combination of the game plan and mechanic, right? The next thing you have to do, you have to make sure what NFTs are good for your game. So what kind of NFTs and what are they? And next thing, you need to start building your community before release. So you need to increase the hype. You need to get the awareness of what you're doing. And this is the biggest push you have to do without even having the game released. And for your roadmap and whatever you're going to release after that, so it should be really gradually planned. So you don't have to have like a full game released with all the features in. It should be like a really slowly, gradually releases. And of course, you have to keep an eye on the balance. You have to know that whatever you do in the game, whatever you release, it will be reflected on your balance of your gameplay. Thank you.
Спасибо. Я задам один вопрос. Совершенно уже ясно.
Thank you. I will ask you just one question. It is obvious that games influence arts.
It's obvious that games
and not only digital arts, but also standard traditional art, and vice versa. The arts in its traditional way also enters the gaming industry. We know megastars of our art world that have transferred from traditional art, or let's call it material art, to gaming art. So they have become gaming artists. And have you worked with such people? I think I can answer in Russian with the translation, okay? Yeah, sure. So I would not give you names. I worked with very good artists who came from, let's call it, a real world. So they started with illustrations to books and so on and so forth, and they came to digital, and they found themselves in gaming industry, as we can call it. And they're highly successful, and they can continue doing what they love doing, but they also understand the potential and tendencies on the market and where we are heading. They also understand digitalization prospects, and also that opens opportunities for them even outside geographical borders. So you can do whatever you want just sitting at home. I think that uncovers a great potential for you to do that, to be involved in this, maybe open up new opportunities for you within yourself. Okay, thank you very much. You don't want to release your secrets, right? I hope to see you, and good luck. And now we are to have the next speaker, Pavel Yeliseyev. He's also the creator of CapsCoin. He's also the expert in the policies of Northwestern policy of blockchain. He is to present the topic on NFT gaming platform CapsCoin. Pavel, the floor is yours. Can you hear me? Glad to see all the guests and participants of the conference. Thank you for this opportunity to talk here. It has been a very difficult day. Of course, we have been able to provide some expertise to the Russian Museum, and thank you very much for providing us with the venue. Now let's start. So my presentation will be in English. And after the presentation, I will be glad to answer questions in Russian.
The world around us is changing. It is modified. Oh, sounds good. Ребят, давайте выключим перевод с колонки. Thank you. The world around us is changing. It is modified every single second. It never ever stops. Yet we should create a way to preserve the certain information. We should find the right medium. This medium would keep the historical identification of the cultural heritage. Moreover, this medium would adapt this heritage for generations to come. And I think museum functions not only as the heritage keeper, it is a setting where past and future generations can communicate. NFT provides a method of storing and coding information. And in meta-modern era, NFT would function as a museum. And so NFT is an information cultural code medium due to the technical progress of the future world audience. Let's start with a short story about the caps. What do we know about the caps? Milk Caps is a children's game played with flat, circular clapboard milk caps. Milk caps became popular in the 30s of the 20th century, when the milk manufacturers were distributing them on their packages. In the 90s, a professional company was created, which was distributing caps all over the world. Caps run was up to 1 billion copies. Millions of school children back in their 90s used caps as currency. Besides, they had different rating value. Today, we are offering a new type of caps. One water drop contains the information about the whole ocean. Blockchain has a similar structure. All network operations are kept on every single gadget you see. Here, every separate model can be wiped as a water drop. This proves safety and infinity of this protocol. CAPS is a tool based on envelope, and it contains your metadata such as NFT object, game experience, cryptocurrency. Thanks to our technology, users get an opportunity to rent caps for royalty. If you increase liquidity in games, you play to earn. Caps is a universal asset, which is protected from hacking. Caps Coin ecosystem is the platform where users can play games, connect to each other, and monetize their NFTs. Currently, we have 3 NFT-based games, play to earn in development, along with a blockchain-based gaming platform that is going to have its own cryptocurrency, Caps Coin. The users will be able to purchase the in-game NFTs and also to convert their NFTs into the multifunctional caps to use them across the games. All game developers are welcome to publish their own games on the Caps Coin platform. We have launched an open call for artists who want to participate in our project and create their own NFT art. Games are free-to-play users can play to earn caps and NFTs as the main game object. You can build collection of caps, fight against real players, bet and win caps coin cryptocurrency. The set of caps gives you extra bonuses in the games and increases the value of your entire collection. Each game pops up your caps. If you play more and more, your chances to win and get extra bonuses are higher and higher. Caps and NFTs are your main game object. The users of the games will be able to battle in PvE, PvP, upgrade, earn, trade, rent, convert their NFT collection into the game object. The game progress is recorded and stored on the CAPS blockchain. Our platform is metaverse ready. CAPS work with the cross-blockchain technologies. Our team of experts performs with know-how and thought-through strategies in the game dev and blockchain space. We are offering two competitive solutions to the existing problems on the market: mass adoption and gamification, a possibility to convert NFTs into caps, to use them in P2E games and open additional opportunities for monetization. We know the best formula to provide high Q and game experience. We are breaking the barriers to bring non-crypto users to the blockchain world and provide a transparent interface to enter the game. Thank you. Можно попросить включить видео?
I would like to ask you to turn on the video. Okay, that was pretty much everything. I'm ready for questions. So here's the caps that I told you about. I will explain you what's shown on the video. We show how these caps incorporate various essences that were created on a blockchain network. So what we know as cryptocurrencies, NFT tokens, also what we call NFTs. And of course, in our case, the foundation is the gaming experience. Each user gets an item, which is in the form of these caps. He or she can record it and put it in a blockchain that will be stored forever. And thus we increase the value or liquidity of this item. Thank you very much. I should be back to the question of game making and to the issue that we have. And I'm speaking on behalf of the museum, and for museums in Russia, the major task is enlightenment. And of course, based on what we see, it's a bit frightening experience. It doesn't correlate to our usual understanding to 100%. Of course, we try to adapt. Of course, naturally, we try to adapt, and every single child creates some quests, and this has become a common tool. A tool for what, except for entertainment. So that's a tool for entertainment and fundraising, but what else can be done through this tool? So your question is, what are NFT games for future generations in terms of enlightenment? Is that right? Yes. Well, in my humble opinion, the metaverse tendency is a real interpretation of the meta-modern phenomenon. So it is mostly about communication and the cultural code that was implemented into our children who grew up and paint these characters and make these paintings called art and also try to sell this art. So believe me, to them, it is an art because they grew up with these illustrations from books. They grew up knowing the paintings and art objects that they saw in history books, or when they visited the Hermitage or the Russian Museum or Pushkin Museum. Of course, they saw all that from the very childhood. And now we see the interpretation of their ideas, what we planted into them through those characters that they saw in books when they studied. And that's makes a very good foundation for us to see how their vision can change in every single person, in every one of us. And so let's not call it an art maybe, but that's a general cultural layer that we see. Is there an analytical lab that researches these thinking patterns? I will just explain. In Russia, every single person has seen the picture by Repin. So it's in our mindset. If you haven't seen this picture, and it actually doesn't exist. So and there are many more examples like that we use in our everyday life. But our kids do not paint it, and they will not paint it. You see what I mean? Because from our part, we've made such research from the humanitarian institutions. We made this research, but from your side, do you have anything like that? Well, from our side, we have the research that is mostly related to the current market, related to the demand, like a real living demand in games, demand in characters, in gaming objects. And that was the foundation that we used when we developed our platform. But if we're talking about the general expertise, I would rather not touch upon this topic because it is very, very thin topic, if you know what I mean, because the statistics that would explain the enlightenment activities, the enlightenment footprint of children playing games. I believe there is no such statistics, and I don't think we should dwell upon it. But you just mentioned the cultural code, which makes every humanitarian heart tremble because it's very close to us. Of course, I know, but that's what's the root of the solution to the cultural code. And I want to believe that we will see the transfer of cultural code in the future. Me, at the level of tarot cards, I must say you that games are the tool to transfer knowledge. And I would like to welcome our next Alexander Kuzin. Is the founder of Envelope. He's also the specialist on blockchain technologies, on copyright and NFT, with the speech on evolution of development of gaming cases through NFT, supplied through digital assets. Dear colleagues, good day. Can you hear me well? Can you see me? The topic is very interesting, but I will try to give you the most easiest examples in order to show you how gaming cases have been changing through time. And my presentation will have two major topics. The first one is the examples of games that we all used to play, and the second part will be dedicated to the environment that we are all moving through technologies and through gaming industries. So how games could develop new values and new industries. So as for the general slide, for the past 50 years, the gaming market grew from zero to almost $180 billion. So that's just capital equity of all the companies that are on the market. So that's a colossal market. And then we will check the history of development of the tanks. Everyone who who's over 30 used to spend all their free time after school to play battle tanks. And of course, the ability was to play in couples. On the other hand, there was a specific mode construction where you could develop your own mode, and that was only 2D, but everyone liked that. So the game was sold on cartridges. You could either buy or rent or exchange it to some other cartridge with your friend, and you just take it and play it. Of course, it was 90s. In a little bit over than 10 years, new games appeared with a unified digital space due to internet development. One of such examples is Warcraft, and that gave new values to players. In particular, within one digital place, you could exchange information, also upgrade your characters. And the game was first on discs with an ability to subscribe it in time, and now it's completely subscribable. And within the game, characters were upgraded not just to become stronger and win bosses, but that was the major idea, of course. And I remember my friends from university who started do mining for their characters and then met offline in order to share with other players those experiences and those perks that they mined through night. In the beginning of 2010, the Wargaming launched the World of Tanks. This game gave a new approach to gaming dynamics in terms of monetization. Of course, they did not earn funds from the players for starting the game, but the motivation was to buy something within the game in order to win. So the game has a very shrewd psychology. So those people who used to play or still play now, and that's mostly the gamers at the age of 30 plus, just as they used to play with world of with battle tanks, and they came to World of Tanks due to a beautiful picture and the ability to upgrade your tank and so on and so forth. So the next stage in game development was metaverses, like Minecraft, for example, with its absolutely unique forms of players and characters, the cubic forms, but also players could develop all objects within the game. They could develop their own spaces, buildings, like statues, and everything which was inside the game could have been created by the player himself, and that was the new approach within the game. Of course, the game was available in various modes, or in either free or play or paid mode. If you take a free mode, you have limited options. And in 2017, the world saw CryptoKitties, where the whole design is limited by a marketplace and dashboard with pictures and colors and threads that a player could bring and or buy and create a new cat. On the other hand, there was a new option to own this cat that you created, and because this value was directly connected to blockchain, and that gives the transparency of and the ability to transfer it to blockchain. So through mathematical way, you could confirm that you had the right title and interest to this gaming object. Just a bit later, we see Sandbox, Decentraland, and other metaverses. So they combined various approaches. On the one hand, they provided the values that Minecraft did. That's also an ability to create various objects, but also ability to combine Web 3.0 and blockchain. So all the benefits from Web 3.0 were provided to players. So you can own a part of a land, you can develop your own characters, and that's all connected with an idea of game development and character development. If you take a look at the time scale of 10 years, then you will see that in the very beginning, we needed to buy a game on a cartridge, on a disc, on a CD disc to buy. So there are maybe three categories of payments. First one is you pay to play. With World of Tanks, you pay to win. And now we see the model when you pay to own something within the game. And in terms of game, the first value was to win, and that's how you killed your time in the game. After blockchain came to gaming industry, you have the ability to own something, and now the new approach is to earn something, to earn your profit from the game. What are game values and trends that we see? Of course, it's a gameplay itself that will be interesting to players for all the time. The second, it's endless possibilities for players in terms of development and creating various objects within the game. It's also upgrading the performance of your heroes or objects, and the right to own with an ability to mathematically confirm your right and title to the object. So what comes next? It's the programmable economic properties of game items. So how to make this, you wrap it up. That's what we talked about earlier today. I will just tell you that this is the structure with metadata and pictures or identifiers that can be used by the game, identified by the game. So that's a so-called of a collateral that contains a number of tokens. And this is the term and condition that defines the trigger event that has to occur before the NFT will be unrolled, unwrapped. So what are in-game use cases for NFTs? Well, first of all, it's any gaming objects that become more economically valuable. So if you take an axe, so initially the axe can be used to cut woods or attack a boss in a game. And on the other hand, it becomes some sort of a collateral within which you can collect various tokens which provide might to this axe. So more tokens bring more might to the axe. Also, characters can be upgraded through collateral included within NFTs, where specific NFTs provide the might, others provide for health points, and so on and so forth. The third case, it's the renting of NFTs with no contribution, of course, with no loan. So there is an issue on the market of usual NFTs, which is sold with the factory itself. So both for the lessor and lessee, they have issues, and that limits the market. But here, a marketplace is not limited. NFTs have the properties that original NFTs have. So the game sees a wrapped up NFTs and defines original NFTs. So you can picture the pixels to a user. And the protocol or wrapped NFTs will be returned to the right holder with no losses and with royalties, of course. So in terms the inside the gaming objects, you can place NFTs, you can use them as a marketing channel. And the last use case is probably the gift box, which can be inside the game and they have the ability to be unwrapped upon reaching the certain result. And that has certain potential, as we saw it with our partners. So as a conclusion, what wrapping technologies provide to the gaming industry? First of all, that's new mechanics based on collateral. It's the non-pledge rental for game items. It's also new properties, economic properties that were unavailable before. It's also an ability to build royalties for authors or for game developers who wrapped the NFTs and want to gain additional profits. And also it's the devaluation protection. That's related to amortization during the purchase or some other stuff. So thank you very much for your attention. I believe I was in time. Alexander, thank you very much. I don't see any serious issues. And if we have them, we will give them to you.
I'm inviting Nikolai Shorin, how to enter NFT worlds. And could you please clarify the field of your work? So because I don't know what it means. Thank you very much. My name is Nikolai Shorin. I'm a product manager of cryptocurrency exchange Garantex. We are one of the biggest markets. So we are very good at cryptocurrency. We work with it every day on the everyday basis. And we also have a lot to say about NFT field and how it's connected with blockchain. So I'm happy to see everyone. I'm happy to greet our online audience, and I'm happy to be in St. Petersburg in the Russian Museum, and I'm happy that in Russia such topics are raised and you show your interest and we show our interest in this theme. So the theme of my presentation is how to enter the world of NFT. It's a central question that people who are interested in NFT and NFT field that is growing these days and is growing in terms of its popularity. It's interesting for regular users and artists, museums, and just users, yeah, as I said. So here, what we face, what challenges we face here, how to answer this NFT world. It's not that easy as it seems. Many of us are afraid of this word gas, blockchain, and not everyone wants to plunge into details and why and learn why NFT belongs to you and so on. And marketplaces require Damask or other decentralized wallets, and it also may frighten away the users at the entrance of this NFT world. And when I only started, or before I started, I actually was concerned about this. And I'm a musician, and it wasn't that easy for me to enter the market because of these terms and terminologies. So actually, we are ready to answer this question. Indeed, one of the key solutions to this challenge is creation of one centralized platform like GES, and we think about creating our own platform. I would like to start with art. This is where NFT starts. One of the first steps by Garantex company when it started its NFT activity was purchase of Rudy Giger paintings. It's a painter Switzerland painter, and his famous works of design and concepts and designs for the movie Duna by Khodorkovsky, one of the maybe biggest movies that wasn't released actually, and we bought exclusive rights for these works of art, and they will be one of the first lots on our platform. Through this, we want to show how serious we are regarding art, how serious we are in terms of this question, and how we are ready to cooperate with collections and collectors and museums and so on. Some more information about Hans Rutin and his work. So his works were rewarded by Oscar in the nomination of Best Visual Effects. Also, musical groups were evaluated at a high level and were very popular. I want to get back to the NFT platform, to the story with NFT platform. So sorry, I confused a little bit the slides, but so what we want to create and what we want to offer the market and the users, and why we started to think about creating of our own NFT platform. We want to simplify the process of selling and buying of NFT tokens without gas fees. So it will allow artists and users to put more attention on art and forget about technical aspects. So we want to exclude the use and utilization of other services when you need to use extra wallets. And actually the main idea is to make the entrance easier. Then so actually we have our main product. It's a market, exchange market. We will allow our users to sell and buy lots using any currency, including ruble, Russian ruble. Yeah, why not? And actually, we also want to simplify and make more convenient the system of auctions. And at our platform, we have a lot of trades on the everyday basis. So through this, we represent a project and product that will be easy to understand, and everybody can understand it, and everybody can use it. And through this, we want to increase the interest and popularity of NFT field in our country and generally across the globe. So because we are an international platform, I would like to I actually confused the slides a little bit, but still. So in the competition for the right of creation, of design creation for our NFT platform, there were several designers, the best designers who took part. Upwork and Behance were the best, and this is what we can see. This is the page of their account. So it looks very modern, in a very simple way it was done, so a lot of people could be focused on the content itself, on the paintings and NFT tokens. Also, we are concerned regarding the aspect of the quality of the content on marketplaces. Indeed, getting back to the story of Giger Pictures paintings that I mentioned today, we had a plan. One of the plans was to place on another ground, so another platform, and to check the reaction of the audience. Well, and maybe one of the most popular platforms, we faced a problem with unmoderated content. Those platforms are full of content created by those creators just to earn money. Yeah, to repeat the story of Canadian school students to sell NFTs just to earn money here and now. And so now we are forming a council made of experts who could work on it. And so to allow to create the platform in a more qualitative and convenient way to use for everybody. Also, a couple of more pages of the design we have. We will support all popular formats, 3D, audio, photo, video, GIF formats. Generally, it's obvious, it's a widespread story, and most NFT platforms work with it. And great, yeah, so it started to work finally. Yeah, so the date of launch December 2021, and I'm happy to announce it here and in such an environment because we are open for cooperation on non-commercial base, and we are happy and ready to cooperate with creators and artists, with museums and so on. Generally, that's it. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you have questions and I will be happy to answer those questions. You know, sometimes it seems scary that entering such a complex world, you know, because for me it's pretty complex. Yeah. So actually you described an easy and understandable way, but I hope there will be even simpler way. So I do, am I right that registration is not free? No, it's free. When you, it's a very good question, by the way, about benefit of the exchange market. Of course, this question is very important for an artist to earn money on their art. There are several types of income and profit on the exchange marketplace. Yeah, so sorry, it's not exchange here. So we have a token and some charge from this deal. Yeah, so actually we haven't stopped on a vector, one particular vector yet, but I think we will charge from each sale. It looks maybe it will sound loud. I would how I see it, it would be a kind of a network of artists and those who collect artworks. You can register on Wiki, Facebook, and have your own account and fill it with tokens. But at least we understand the idea now. Thank you very much. Good luck in your work. But so we have a question. It's a very famous question. And who will judge? Yes, some marketplaces appear, exchange markets appear. And who will judge? So a regular physical artist, he goes through different stages, different selections, competitions. They actually work their whole life on it. And here, how are you going to select artists? How are you going to select what artists to work? So who are the experts? Of course, not judges, but experts. Yes, I do understand the question. Expertise, it's a very abstract word, and somebody may like work piece, somebody not. But now I'm collecting experts who already have had experience in art, and we are the marketplace with a great experience, and we also don't want to spoil our reputation with a product that would be non-ethical or maybe wrong or maybe not experts if you speak about people. So it's a good question, and we are working on it right now. Yeah, it's obvious. How many questions may be here in this field, but thank you very much for sharing these details. It's very interesting, especially in this cultural institution as the Russian Museum. So the question from our chat, will the marketplace promote artists? If yes, how? What are you planning to do? We have ideas, for example, to use social networks and just working ideas, just a draft. Yeah, just a draft. It's not a ready project, so I wouldn't be accused of not releasing it. Yeah, so it's a kind of a disclaimer, right? So we are going to use social networks. Yeah, we are thinking on reflecting some in a very good place on the screen, lots who are mostly liked in social networks. It will be fair. So through this, an artist who has a resonance or fan database, they would be visible without any money contribution into the marketplace. So the criteria of the quality will be the biggest demands and fame and recognition and popularity, maybe. Yeah, maybe on the one hand, it is now like that. I would allow this comment to myself, and if we don't call our museum objects art pieces and start calling them digital products, it's not so. This is how I direct the vector of our discussion. I do understand that it's a fact and it's not worth discussing because the market dictates it. So another question, who is going to take part in this market, right? So if we have more questions, we will send those to you. And as I understood, today we have our last presentation for today. It's a distant presentation by Ivan Pavlovsky. He's a co-director of Encrypt YouTube channel about crypto market. Hello. So we can't hear you yet. Hello. Yeah. So I'm giving you the floor. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you see my presentation? Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Ivan Pavlovsky. I'm the co-founder of Encrypt. It's a media system of education in terms of cryptocurrency. We are speaking in simple words about complex things, and we are successful in it. So on Monday, I learned that I would have a chance to speak here. It's good because today at 5 a.m. I was preparing my presentation, but at the same time, I looked through the list of speakers and learned what they were going to speak. Great topics that cover a lot of aspects of this crypto market, and I decided to make a step back and look at the market from a wider view. I would like to talk about global trends, online services, and NFT markets that is included there. It will allow us to understand better where to go further. Okay. So in the last 10 years, we have been observing a revolution on the marketplace. You know, a new platform appeared. Uber, for example, changed our approach to work. People got opportunities to monetize their time, and the idea of being a master to yourself, you can work wherever you are, whenever you are, etc. So it's good. And this phenomenon got a name, a gig economy. Gig, it's a kind of unit of content or service that freelancer gives for some fee, for some money, so for some period of time. This gig economy, it's a system that is based on freelance work using online platforms to attract and generate clients. You can work at a convenient time for you and do what you want. However, through the time, people started to understand that they need more demand, they need more orders, and in this case you are not the boss to yourself. If you have the order to be competitive on the market, you must work 24 hours 7 days a week, and then the competition led to reduction of the prices, and professionally you don't grow because you physically don't have time for this. And finally, who wins? Big organizations who receive the most pleasant conditions and earn money. And if one freelancer doesn't manage some task, you just pick another one and that's it. And then automatization, pilotless cars, program codes that are written by artificial intelligence. So this robotic work and monetization of time, it's a closed circle. When you spend more time for less money, and finally you have to compete with robots and automatization processes. And after gig economy, passion economy appears, systems that allows monetize individuality and exclusivity. This is where people can compete, human beings can compete with machines. So new opportunities appear to monetize your exclusivity. New platforms appear through this, and that's why many bloggers, influencers appear with their own fans, and they manage to monetize their skills. So new platforms of passion economy, they show the values that are available to everybody, not to business people. So they are focused on digital products and virtual services. They provide more instruments for business development and direct contact with the audience. They are open to any kind of work. So let's compare several aspects of gig economy and passion economy. So the model of monetization in gig economy, it's single-use economy, paper trip, paper session, paper task. But in the passion economy, it's a constant, ongoing income based on the creation of the audience. So the passion economy provides a wide spectrum of services. As for the software, so in the gig economy, platforms are on demand, and it turns a human being into a good that is sold or bought. And as for the passion economy, software is used in terms of marketplaces, and you can come, for example, to Uber and do your work. And SaaS services allow you to increase your brand. So this is what appears in the passion economy. As for the relationship with the consumers, in the gig economy, you have limited opportunities. In the passion economy, it's an opposite situation. It motivates people and gives them instruments for more efficient interaction with the audience, and the leverage for growth in gig economy to do more, to spend more time, to spend more or to drive more kilometers. The passion economy works with enlarging your audience. You do what you like and you just increase the army of your fans. For example, a top author of fee-paying platform on letter writing earns a lot on letter writing, and they earn about $100,000 per month. So this educational model is developing in the USA and other countries. So you don't have to work 36 hours a day, as we say. So you need to build a community of your devoted fans who would buy your products, whatever you offer. More than 10 years ago, there was a person, Mr. Kelly, who wrote a book, 100 Devoted Fans, and where he said that people could earn money using their creativity. And he said that you don't need to be popular, worldwide popular. So you need to create your own community of your fans. And instead of selling one lot for $100,000, it's better for you to have 1,000 fans and sell some items for $100 and earn the same money. And with the passion economy trend development, people started to monetize what they like. And with the development of NFT sector and cryptocurrency sector and the education in this field, so here we can say that it's enough for you to have 100 fans and they will provide you constant profits. In Patreon, the average bill increased, and those who pay more than $100, this share increased as well. So the platform of online courses shows that it grows by 20% each month, and similar statistics can be seen on other platforms within the system of the passion economy. So the picture is like that. In gaming, when 20 users generate 80% of income, so you need to segment your audience where your devoted fans will bring you money, and this audience will provide critical mass for free. So you can see free users, and then they convert through the time into fee-paying users. So strategies, 100 or 1,000 fans, and these strategies start developing different approaches to work. When you have 1,000 devoted fans, then you do what? 1,000 devoted fans, you create some product for them. And if you have 100 devoted fans, you start to work for them. So if you compare, again, continue comparing, if you have 1,000 devoted fans, you work as an altruist or fans. If you have 100 fans, they have motivation to buy some exclusive product from you. So we go to the system, individual system with individual approach, but it doesn't mean that those strategies can't work together, for example. So you may have not that many fans or followers that just follow you. They create critical mass and make you a meaningful author, for example. You may have, and then the users may, they may travel from one category to the other, and your job is to create different audience. Yes, there are casual fans, there are active fans that are more engaged and involved, and then there are super fans who are fans from one author and buy everything and collect everything that is connected with that author. People want to pay more for the exclusivity that brings them more status or authority, but to pay for individual and what to pay for the individual approach. And this passion economy, it's about it. It's about building a community, democratization of economy, because more people receive access to the instruments that allow them to monetize what they like to do. So actually, I have said everything I wanted to say. I hope you could hear me. So if you have questions, you are welcome. I will be happy to answer those. Thank you very much. I haven't received any questions from our chats, but actually you spoke so fast and I couldn't get everything you have said. However, it would be important to cooperate with those who work in the analytical field. So for us, those things are very complex and complicated, honestly speaking. And before entering this deep woods for us, we would like to understand what we will find and what we will lose. Thank you very much, and we will continue our communication with you, I would like to continue our communication with you. Of course, I'm for any partnership and cooperation, and I hope it was clear for you, I mean, my presentation, because I tried to use the simplest words to describe what's going on globally, even beyond NFT, not only in the blockchain sphere. Yeah, of course, it's a part of new economy that is being formed these days. And to understand what's going on in NFT and blockchain, you need to think globally and know what's going on across the globe. And those simple tasks, they, oust people because human being work is being replaced by machines and robots, and to get access to something now, so this monetization of individuality, creativity, and instead of just mass courses, again, private lessons with a private teacher, tutor are getting more popular these days. You want to work with this teacher, you want to continue, and the same with NFT authors. We had a case, and we produced our NFT merches, caps, t-shirts. They were tokens of NFT, and our community, they wanted to support us and become a particle or part of this media we do. They just bought NFTs, and we send them this physical products. So this is the case, and we have the army of fans, and they are ready to buy NFTs because it's a part of this content. They want to support this creation of this content. If I go out of this NFT, nobody would buy this, because NFT without a story doesn't have any value. Why CryptoPunks are sold for millions of dollars? Because they have their history, because they are the first NFTs that appear. They have a very, very long history of transactions. I don't want to go to your field because I'm afraid to lose. But if a painting has an author, has a history, it gives it more value, because the painting, the physical painting itself, it's just a part of the story, So, and the same situation, similar situation is in NFT. It's a tool to, to transit, to transfer, to convey value. So digital economy needs digital tools to share the values, because there are so many people who create NFTs or images, and they're surprised why nobody buys those. In this case, it's the same as in any art. You must become visible. You must become a very important person for a community. So NFT itself is just an instrument that allows to transfer value in new digital economy. And we, as a museum, have a number of digital resources, or I would say some digital content. I'm not speaking about digital twins of our objects. We have very big digital content. But as I understand now, our job is not to, create tokens. No, the job is to give the value, to create the value for these resources. Yes, people want to get some value, exclusivity, the access that is not available for other people. So I can download any reproduction and it will give me nothing. Token itself is nothing. And by the way, one of my favorite authors, Sensei, now is fundraising money for his album, and the Lords, for example, work with him in the Hermitage, or his signature on a vinyl disc. So I'm a part of his fan group, and I'm ready to contribute. So you should be real. You should know what your consumer, what values your consumers have, and give those to them. So token is just an instrument. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's really very interesting. Yes. I hope, yeah, I hope for cooperation with you. And actually, we have a final word now, according to our program. And if it's my speech, my final speech today, indeed, so massive materials that we do need to understand and process. And so, of course, it's not, we don't understand until up to the end why the Russian Museum needs it in this volume. And maybe so to imagine the complexity of this organism, of this metaverse phenomenon. So on the one hand, it looks funny, but on the other hand, it pulls so many questions. And if you don't know the answers to those questions, so as Umberto Eco said, in the search of the unicorn, you may find another animal, another big animal with a horn, right? A rhino. So not to have this experience, we are open to it. And actually art has a nature of a game itself. It has a game nature, and each artist, it's a separate and unique metaverse. So that's why sometimes it's so hard to agree with some solutions. Yeah, but with the whole world, we are moving towards digital economy fields. So thank you to all speakers, our audience, our organizers, and our commentators who wrote in our chat. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I hope that you will join us tomorrow, because tomorrow for us, we are going to have a very important session about art. And this section will not cover the questions that were mentioned today. So I invite you to continue tomorrow, and I hope we will learn more interesting details. Thank you.